Dear Chosen One, there's a calling over your life that is unlike anything the world understands. How many times have you looked at relationships around you and felt like an outsider, as if you were observing everything from behind glass? It is not loneliness that you feel. It is a deep awareness that your journey is different. While others move from one fleeting connection to another, you sense that your story is meant to unfold in a completely different way. Not because it is better or worse, but because it is uniquely yours. A special thank you to those who have donated through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps continue this mission, bringing guidance and encouragement to others walking this same path. Whether you contribute or not, know that you are deeply appreciated and that this space is here to uplift and strengthen you. If you feel like this message speaks to something deep within you, if you have experienced moments of solitude and self-discovery, if you have ever wondered why your relationships and connections don't follow the world's patterns, then comment 777 below. This is not just a number. It is a symbol of spiritual alignment, divine guidance, and confirmation that you're walking the path meant for you. Your comment is an acknowledgement, a declaration that you recognize your unique calling and that you're embracing this journey with faith, strength, and an open heart. Let this be your affirmation, a way to connect with others who are walking the same path. Chosen. 1. Your solitude is not an accident. It is a divine preparation. Every moment you spend alone is not a void, but a sanctuary of refinement, where God is shaping your spirit, aligning your path, and preparing you for a mission that transcends the ordinary. Many may question why your journey looks different. Family, friends, even strangers may not understand why you seem to walk alone. But you know deep inside that this is not a choice. It is a calling. The chosen one carry an energy that does not conform to the traditional patterns of relationships. You are not here to simply find someone to fill a void. Your purpose is much greater than that. Every connection in your life will be strategically aligned with your divine mission. That is why your relationships, your solitude, and even your challenges do not follow the world's logic. They follow a divine blueprint designed just for you. At this moment, we invite you to embark on a journey of understanding. Let's go deeper into the mysteries of this path, to unravel why, for you, love and relationships follow a different logic. Let's talk about something you feel, but few can explain. This unique energy that seems to attract and repel people at the same time. It is not something you chose. It is simply who you are. This is why your relationships will always be different. You are not meant to fit into the world's patterns. You are meant to break them. Stay with us as we explore the depths of this truth and unlock the real reason your journey feels set apart. God's chosen ones. This is a fact. You are not finding romance, and you need to understand the reasons. Chosen one, your very presence carries an energy so powerful that it evokes two distinct reactions in people. You either awaken their spirit to seek truth, or you make them uncomfortable because they are not ready to remove their masks. This is not about superiority or judgment. It never has been. This is about authenticity, and authenticity is rare in a world built on illusions. Your essence demands transparency, and that is something most people fear. The world has grown accustomed to wearing disguises, to presenting carefully curated versions of themselves. But you were never meant to fit into that mold. Your presence exposes what is hidden, and that's why many cannot stand too close to you for too long. They either gravitate toward your light or run from it. Think about your journey. How many times have you felt like an outsider, like you were seeing the world through a different lens, while everyone else seemed oblivious? This isn't mere isolation. This isn't bad luck or misfortune in relationships. This is your calling. You were never meant to be ordinary, and ordinary connections cannot hold you. Jesus Christ walked among the people, but he was never truly understood. Even his disciples, the ones closest to him, failed to grasp the magnitude of his mission until much later. He said, "If the world hates you, know that it has hated me before it hated you." John 15:18. He was set apart, misunderstood, rejected, not because he was unworthy, but because he carried a light that not all were ready to embrace. You carry that same divine energy. The way you see the world, the way you demand truth, the way you refuse to settle, it sets you apart. Moses was raised in Pharaoh's palace, yet he never belonged there. He had access to wealth, status, and power, yet he abandoned it all because he was called for something greater. But before he could lead the Israelites, he had to walk through the wilderness alone. His journey required isolation before revelation. Nikola Tesla, one of the greatest minds in history, never married, despite his brilliance and success. He believed his purpose was too great to be divided. His mind was tuned to a frequency that most could not understand. And romance, as the world defined it, was never his priority. Leonardo da Vinci, another unparalleled genius, was centuries ahead of his time. He lived largely in solitude, his relationships never quite aligning with his brilliance. Even in modern times, Elon Musk, a man driven by a mission larger than himself, has spoken about how relationships are difficult when you operate on a different level. This is the reality of being chosen. When you are on a path that demands complete dedication, not everyone can walk alongside you. This is why your energy does not just attract love, it demands a divine connection, not a shallow one. And most people? They are not ready for that. Jesus said, "For many are called, but few are chosen." Matthew 22:14. Your path is narrow, your energy is rare, and that is why love, as the world defines it, does not come easily to you. You are not meant for ordinary love. You are meant for something extraordinary. Instead of asking, "Why am I alone?" ask yourself, "What is God preparing me for?" What if your solitude is not a punishment, but a preparation? What if the reason you haven't found romance the way others do is because God is shielding you from lesser connections that would only weaken your purpose? Many are not meant to walk alongside you. You are set apart, and that is both your burden and your greatest blessing. Chosen one, your light functions as a divine filter, shielding you from connections that would pull you away from your purpose. It is not rejection, it is protection. Some people will instinctively keep their distance, not because you have done anything wrong, but because your energy demands growth, transformation, and truth. And truth? It is not something everyone is ready to face. Think about the people who have left your life. Did they leave because you hurt them, or did they leave because your presence exposed something they were not yet ready to confront? Many prefer the comfort of illusions, staying in their well-constructed bubbles, avoiding deep reflection. They do not want to examine their hearts, to face their inner struggles, or to acknowledge the spiritual emptiness inside them. But when they encounter someone like you, someone whose very presence acts as a mirror to their soul, they instinctively withdraw. Why? Because when a person has spent years hiding from their own reality, the last thing they want is to stand in front of someone whose light reveals their shadows. And you, chosen one, cannot help but shine. Look at Jesus. How did people react to him? His presence alone caused intense reactions wherever he went. Some followed him wholeheartedly, while others despised him without reason. It wasn't about his words alone. It was about the truth he embodied. I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. John 8:12. His existence was a divine force that revealed what people tried to hide, and that made many uncomfortable. You, as a chosen one, carry this same energy. Have you noticed how certain people feel restless or defensive around you, even when you've done nothing to provoke them? Have you ever spoken your truth and been met with anger, misunderstanding, or even rejection? That is because your light challenges their illusions. Even in your silence, you expose the falsehoods that others cling to. They see in you something unshakable, something real, and that forces them to confront the fact that their lives are built on shaky foundations. Some will be inspired by you and will choose to grow. But many, they will retreat. They will make excuses. They will say, "You're too intense, too deep, too much." The truth is, you are not too much. They simply are not enough to handle the weight of your purpose. But do you really want people in your life who only love you when you dim your light? Would you rather be surrounded by those who tolerate a weaker version of you, or would you rather wait for those who can handle your full power? This light is not a curse. It is a sacred gift. It allows you to see people for who they truly are, protecting you from shallow relationships and deceptive connections. It ensures that only those who are aligned with your journey can walk beside you. This is why you may feel disconnected from romantic pursuits, friendships, or even family members. Your energy cannot coexist with anything that is built on dishonesty, fear, or stagnation. Think of Moses. He was called to deliver a nation, but before he could lead, he had to be set apart. Raised in the palace of Pharaoh, he was surrounded by wealth, power, and influence, yet he never truly belonged. He was chosen for something higher, but that required isolation, separation. He spent 40 years in the wilderness, alone with God, before stepping into his purpose. Why? Because the chosen ones must be refined. They must be set apart before they can be entrusted with the greater mission. Throughout history, visionaries, leaders, and artists who carried a deep, transformative energy often faced the same reality. Mahatma Gandhi, a man of peace and truth, faced rejection even among his own people before his message reshaped a nation. Albert Einstein, whose mind operated on a level few could grasp, struggled with relationships because he saw the world differently. Even Prince, the legendary musician, spoke about how his spiritual journey made it hard for him to connect deeply with others in a conventional way. Those who see beyond the surface often walk alone, not because they are unworthy of love, but because their love must be something greater, something divine. Have you ever asked yourself, why do I struggle to connect deeply with people? Why do I feel like I see the world in a way that others do not? It is no accident that some of the greatest minds, the most revolutionary figures, the most spiritually awakened individuals have struggled with relationships. They were set apart. They were called to operate at a different frequency, one that many around them simply could not match. And you, chosen one, are no different. So do not seek to dim your light to fit in. Do not shrink yourself to make others comfortable. You are not here to be easily understood. You are here to illuminate, to awaken, to guide. This is why the world often misunderstands you. You are a beacon in the darkness, a lighthouse in the storm. Your light is not just for you, it is for those who are ready to see. Instead of wondering why certain relationships do not last, ask yourself, who is truly meant to walk beside me? Who is prepared to grow with me? Not everyone can handle the truth, but those who can, they will find you. Chosen one. How many times have you sat in silence, feeling as though no one truly understands you? How often have you looked around and felt as though you were walking a path that few could even comprehend? This loneliness, this sense of isolation, is not a punishment. It is a process of refinement, a sacred period where you are being shaped, strengthened, and drawn closer to the divine. Consider this. What if your solitude is not a sign of abandonment, but a sign of preparation? What if, in these moments of isolation, God is separating you, not to break you, but to build you into something greater? Throughout history, those who carried divine energy, those who were called to a higher mission, often walked alone. Look at Moses. Before he led the Israelites to freedom, he spent 40 years in the wilderness, far from his people, far from distractions. What was happening in that solitude? God was refining him. God was stripping away all that was unnecessary so that when the time came, Moses would be ready. Jesus himself knew loneliness. Foxes have dens, and birds have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. Matthew 8:20. He was constantly surrounded by people, yet few truly understood him. His disciples walked with him, yet even they often failed to grasp his purpose. Imagine knowing the truth, carrying divine wisdom, and yet looking around and realizing that most people could not see what you see. Does that sound familiar to you? Often, your energy will feel too strong, too different, too overwhelming for others to handle. And so, they will leave. But do not mistake this for rejection. This is divine protection. You were not sent here to conform. You were not designed to fit into the patterns of this world. Your mission is far greater than blending in. You are here to transform, to awaken, to elevate. And transformation requires separation. Think about the people who have drifted away from you. Did they leave because you failed them? Or did they leave because your presence no longer aligned with their vibration? Sometimes people are only meant to walk with you for a season. They serve their purpose, and then their chapter in your story must close. Would you rather hold on to something that is not meant for you, or would you rather allow God to remove what is unnecessary so that he can replace it with something greater? Look at some of the greatest figures in modern history. Steve Jobs was known for his relentless vision, but it came at the cost of deep isolation. His mind operated at a frequency few could understand, and that often made him feel alone. Nikola Tesla, one of the most brilliant inventors the world has ever seen, lived largely in solitude, believing that his mission left no room for conventional relationships. Frida Kahlo, whose art spoke of pain, passion, and purpose, often felt disconnected from those around her because she saw life through a different lens. Do you see the pattern? The ones who are called, the ones who leave an impact, the ones who carry divine gifts. These people often walk alone. So when people distance themselves, do not grieve the loss. See it for what it is. God's way of protecting your energy, your mission, your destiny. If everyone could stay, you would not be set apart. If everyone understood you, you would not be chosen. God is using your energy as a compass, directing you away from distractions and aligning you with your true path. Some people will pass through your life, but not all are meant to stay. The ones who leave, they were never meant to remain. The ones who stay, they are part of your divine journey. Would you rather have temporary companionship that keeps you stagnant, or divine connections that elevate you toward your purpose? The choice is already made for you. You are chosen. You are set apart. And your path, though difficult, is leading you exactly where you are meant to be. Chosen. 1. Have you ever wondered why your journey feels different? Why, no matter how much you try to connect, there always seems to be a barrier between you and others? Why, the more you embrace your true self, the more distant the world seems to become? Your path is not like that of the ordinary. Your light is precious, your calling divine. Keep shining, even when it feels like no one is watching. Keep being authentic, even when the world pressures you to conform. Your essence is greater than any attempt to fit you into a mold. The journey of the chosen ones is not about following conventional patterns of existence. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to transform. Loneliness is not an absence of people. It is a sacred space of transformation where your divine purpose is being shaped. Each moment of isolation carries meaning, depth, and intention. It is not abandonment, it is preparation. Have you ever noticed how the greatest revelations, the moments when you truly hear God's voice, happen in silence? Could it be that your solitude is not a sign of rejection, but a divine invitation to step into a deeper understanding of your calling? God often removes distractions to build something stronger within you. Look at John the Baptist. Before he became the great forerunner of Christ, he lived in the wilderness, far from the crowds, clothed in camel's hair, surviving on locusts and honey, Matthew 3:4. Why? Because his mission required separation from the world's noise. His time in isolation gave him clarity, strength, and an unshakable spirit, allowing him to boldly declare, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven has come near." Matthew 3:2. Have you ever felt like you are in a wilderness season, that the people you once relied on are nowhere to be found, and the places that once brought comfort now feel foreign? What if this season is not about what you are losing, but about who you are becoming? The Bible is full of stories of divine isolation. Elijah, one of the most powerful prophets, had to hide by the brook of Cherith, where God sent ravens to feed him. 1 Kings 17:2-6. He was not placed there as a punishment. He was being preserved, strengthened, and prepared for something greater. It was only after this season of isolation that he performed miracles and confronted the false prophets of Baal in one of the most powerful displays of God's power. What if God is keeping you away from distractions, unnecessary relationships, and draining connections so that he can position you for something greater? Even outside of Scripture, history shows that those who leave the greatest impact often spend long periods in isolation. Vincent van Gogh, one of the most brilliant painters in history, spent much of his life alone, misunderstood, yet he created masterpieces that would later inspire millions. Marie Curie, the first woman to win a Nobel Prize, devoted herself entirely to research, often isolating herself for long periods as she uncovered discoveries that would change science forever. Could it be that your separation is not a limitation, but a sign that you are being set apart for something extraordinary? Jesus himself had to go through 40 days in the wilderness, fasting and praying before stepping into his divine mission, Matthew 4:1-11. It was not a moment of weakness, it was a moment of supreme strengthening. The chosen ones experience the same dynamic. Chosen one, your path is different because your purpose is different. You are not being rejected, you are being refined. You are not being forgotten, you are being positioned. Instead of questioning why you feel alone, have you ever thought that maybe God is preparing you in ways you cannot yet see? The world may not understand your journey. People may question why your relationships are different, why your energy feels out of sync with the masses. But those who are set apart are refined differently. This is not a time to resist. This is a time to embrace. Because when your preparation is complete, when your refinement is finished, when God's appointed time comes, everything will change. Chosen one, your solitude is not emptiness. It is a divine recalibration. It is the sacred space where God removes distractions, where he fine-tunes your spirit so you can hear him clearly. In this silence, external interference is stripped away, allowing your soul to align with the divine plan without distortion. You are not simply waiting, you are being transformed. Why do you think your journey feels slower than others? Your journey is unique. You are not like everyone else, and that is why your preparation cannot look like theirs. The world moves in haste, chasing instant gratification. But God does not operate within human impatience. His timing is perfect, His process is precise, and His love for you surpasses all understanding. Have you wondered why certain doors have remained closed for you while others seem to move forward so easily? Could it be that your delay is not rejection but God's divine protection, ensuring that you are fully ready before He releases you into your calling? For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry. Habakkuk 2:3. What if your solitude is not about emptiness but about filling? It is calculated with divine precision. Every season of stillness is shaping you, strengthening you, preparing you. What may feel like emptiness is actually a time of filling, not with external things, but with something far greater, the deep, unshakable connection to your divine purpose. If you resist this process, if you try to rush through it, you risk missing what God is trying to build within you. Have you ever asked yourself if the very thing you are praying to escape from is actually the thing God is using to elevate you? Could it be that what feels like discomfort is actually the fire refining you into something stronger? This journey will not always be comfortable. Growth never is. It takes courage to remain in the process, to face the discomfort of transformation, to resist the temptation of distractions that offer temporary relief but no real change. How many times have you wanted to fill the silence with meaningless noise? To escape through entertainment, relationships, or anything that numbs the discomfort? But you were not called to escape, you were called to endure. But He knows the way that I take. When He has tested me, I will come forth as gold. Job 23:10. Have you ever thought that the hardships you are facing now are shaping you into someone the world needs? You are not the first to walk this path. C.S. Lewis, a man who transformed the way people understand faith, once said, "Hardships often prepare ordinary people for an extraordinary destiny." His own journey was marked by loss, solitude, and deep sorrow. Yet through that pain, he produced some of the most profound spiritual writings the world has ever known. If he had run from his solitude, if he had resisted the refining process, the world would not have mere Christianity or the screw-tape letters. If you knew how carefully God was orchestrating every step, would you still doubt His plan? Your solitude is not a straight road. It is a sacred process uniquely designed for you. It does not follow predictable timelines, nor does it move according to the world's expectations. You are not lost. You are being positioned. Every moment of your life, every lesson, every hardship is coming together, forming something beyond what you can see right now. What may feel like a delay is actually divine alignment. Are you focusing more on when this season will end, or on what God is trying to teach you through it? Your mission is specific, and your preparation must match the weight of your calling. Some will walk through this refining fire for months, others for years. But the time itself is not what matters. It is what happens within you during that time. What if the very things you are clinging to are the same things holding you back? To truly embrace this path, you must detach. Detach from the world's definition of success, from the expectations of others, from the false belief that your worth is measured by how quickly things happen for you. You must be willing to let go of everything you thought your life should be so you can step into the life God is actually preparing for you. Could it be that your solitude is the chisel in the hands of the divine artist? Look at Michelangelo, the legendary sculptor. When asked how he created David, he said, "I saw the angel in the marble and carved until I set him free." Humble yourselves, therefore, under God's mighty hand, that He may lift you up in due time. 1 Peter 5:6. If you knew that the world will soon see the masterpiece God has been working on, would you still resist the process? Your solitude is not a prison. It is the studio where God is shaping his masterpiece. You are not being forgotten. You are being refined. And when the time is right, the world will finally see what God has been preparing all along. You. Chosen one, have you ever considered that your greatest growth happens when no one is watching? The spiritual workshop where God is shaping you is not confined by physical walls. It is found within the deepest, most intimate parts of your being. In this space of silence, far from the distractions and applause of the world, God is doing his most transformative work. This is the place where your true self is brought to the surface, refined, and made ready for the purpose he has set for you. It is here, in quiet solitude, that God whispers the very details of your mission, guiding you toward your divine destiny. For you, O God, have tested us. You have refined us as silver is refined. Psalm 66:10. Your solitude is not a curse. It is a divine preparation ground, a place where you're being shaped into who God has always known you to be. Do not defile this time by comparing yourself to others. It is tempting, we know. The world tells us to look around, to measure ourselves against what others are doing, how fast they are achieving their goals. But your journey is uniquely yours, and comparison only steals the beauty of the work God is doing in your life. Each moment of solitude is part of his perfect plan to mold you into the vessel you were meant to be. Have you ever questioned why, when the world seems to move so fast, your path feels slower? Could it be that God is not delayed in his plans, but is rather waiting for the right moment to reveal his full purpose for you? This moment of solitude is not about waiting for something external to change. It is about an internal transformation, a deepening of your relationship with the divine. Preparing does not mean standing still. It means being actively engaged in the process of becoming. Every moment, even when it feels like nothing is happening, is shaping you into the person you need to be to fulfill your calling. Preparing involves more than physical stillness. It is a spiritual movement of listening deeply, of remaining open and receptive to God's whispers. Do you ever feel the pull of your spirit toward deeper understanding, toward a greater intimacy with God? That is the work he is doing in you, quietly, powerfully, shaping you for a future beyond your imagination. This is your spiritual apprenticeship, where your soul is being formed to handle the weight of the purpose you were born to fulfill. You walk your journey at your own pace. You do not need to measure your progress by others' standards. The world has a timeline, and it is not your timeline. Many will make it seem like success comes quickly, that your worth is determined by external accomplishments or by comparison with those around you. But your pace, though it may feel solitary at times, is divinely aligned with your purpose. Even the moments you feel most alone are part of the divine unfolding. Every step, even the difficult ones, is part of a greater plan that is leading you to exactly where you are meant to be. The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me. Your steadfast love, O Lord, endures forever. Psalm 138:8. In this season, you may notice that your relationships are changing. People may come and go, and that is okay. The journey of the chosen ones is one of deep refinement. It requires the ability to discern between those who are meant to walk with you and those who are only part of your journey for a season. It is not about arrogance. It is about understanding the value of authentic connections. These true relationships align with your purpose, strengthen your spirit, and support your calling. Others who do not understand your path may not remain, and that is part of the divine process. Think about Albert Einstein, a man whose intellectual gifts set him apart from his peers. He once said, "The monotony and solitude of a quiet life stimulates the creative mind." It was in his solitude, in moments of reflection and stillness, that he made breakthroughs in physics that changed the world. If he had surrounded himself with constant noise, If he had filled his life with distractions, would he have had the clarity needed to make his discoveries? Just like Einstein, you are being given the gift of time and space to uncover the hidden potential within you. Could it be that your solitude is not a punishment, but a sacred preparation for the greatness God is unfolding in your life? You may feel like you are walking a path that others cannot understand, and that is okay. You are being set apart for something extraordinary. It is not always easy, but the solitude you are experiencing is God's workshop, where He is molding you into the person who will fulfill His mission for you. Do not be afraid of the quiet. Do not resist the time of waiting, because in these moments, God is building something within you that cannot be built in any other way. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. So trust the process. Embrace the solitude. It is the divine preparation that will lead you to your calling. You are being crafted, shaped, and molded for a purpose that is beyond what you can currently understand. When the time is right, when the refining is complete, you will emerge as the masterpiece God always intended you to be, equipped and ready to fulfill the mission He has whispered into your soul. Chosen one, relationships today are built on convenience rather than commitment. Social media, dating apps, and fleeting encounters have created an environment where people seek instant gratification rather than deep, meaningful bonds. They exchange likes, share brief moments, and move on when something new appears. But for you, relationships cannot be casual distractions. They are a sacred commitment. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the will of God, what is good and acceptable and perfect. Romans 12:2. You are not here to build temporary connections. Every person in your life must have a greater purpose. A relationship should be more than just physical attraction or momentary compatibility. It must align with your spirit, your mission, and your divine calling. Have you ever wondered why certain relationships, no matter how comfortable they seem, feel like they are holding you back? It is because your soul knows when a connection is not aligned with your destiny. The scripture in Amos 3:3 reminds us of a fundamental truth. Can two walk together unless they are agreed? It is not enough to simply like someone or enjoy their presence. You must share a vision, a purpose, a calling. If your spiritual journey is pulling you in one direction and a relationship is pulling you in another, conflict is inevitable. Many chosen ones undergo a painful process of detachment, realizing they must release relationships that do not contribute to their spiritual growth. Could it be that God is asking you to let go, not because He is taking something from you, but because He is protecting you from what would drain your spirit? This is not about rejection, it is about discernment. God does not want your life filled with relationships that deplete you, that lower your frequency, that prevent you from stepping fully into your purpose. Have you noticed how some connections leave you feeling drained, confused, or disconnected from your spiritual path? That is a sign that they are not meant for you. Superficial relationships are like noise. They clutter your soul and prevent you from hearing the clarity of your mission. The world tells you that being alone is a curse, but strategic loneliness is better than a relationship that diverts you from your calling. Some seasons require you to stand alone so that you can be properly positioned for what God is preparing for you. Guard your heart above all else, for it determines the course of your life. Proverbs 4:23. It is better to walk alone than to be with someone who does not understand your essence, who does not respect your spiritual journey. Have you ever been in a relationship where you had to dim your light just to make someone else feel comfortable? Have you ever found yourself hiding parts of your spiritual self because you feared being misunderstood? You were not meant to shrink. Chosen ones carry a different frequency. Your energy is not compatible with relationships based on personal interest, fleeting attraction, or social convenience. Each encounter must have a deeper dimension, something that nourishes your spirit rather than distracts you from your purpose. You are not meant to settle for less than a connection that elevates, expands, and strengthens you. Look at Nikola Tesla, a man whose mind operated on a higher level than those around him. He understood that his calling required absolute focus, which is why he remained single, stating, "I do not think you can name many great inventions that have been made by married men." He knew that misaligned relationships could become distractions from his greater purpose. Have you considered that your solitude is not about lack, but about preparation for the right connection? This is not about closing yourself off from love. Openness is necessary, but with discernment. You are learning to recognize which connections add to your spirit rather than drain it. The right people will not require you to compromise your faith, your vision, or your mission. They will walk beside you, understanding the weight of your calling and the depth of your journey. Do not fear the path of intentional solitude. It is leading you away from what is shallow and toward what is truly meant for you. Your energy is precious. Protect it, honor it, and trust that the right connections will come in divine timing. Chosen one, the world constantly pushes the idea that being alone is a problem, but for you, it is a sacred space of strengthening. This solitude is not about emptiness. It is about clarity, calibration, and preparation. The more you come to know yourself, the clearer you become about the kind of relationships that truly belong in your life. Teach me to do your will, for you are my God. May your good spirit lead me on level ground. Psalm 143, verse 10. Many chosen ones experience seasons of solitude, not as punishment but as preparation. It is a time when old relationship patterns are reviewed, when expectations are redefined, when your heart is recalibrated to align with divine wisdom. Have you noticed how in this period of solitude you are beginning to see things differently? The connections that once seemed fulfilling now feel hollow, and the relationships that once defined your sense of worth no longer carry the same weight. This is not loss, it is realignment. What if every superficial relationship you release is creating space for something deeper, something truly aligned with your spirit? Society glorifies relationships, but few talk about the importance of being whole within yourself first. You're not called to chase connections. You're called to become the person who attracts the right ones naturally, those who are in harmony with your purpose. The world teaches you to fear loneliness, but God teaches you that solitude is where He does His best work. Abraham was alone when he heard God's promise. Moses was alone in the wilderness before he led a nation. Even Jesus withdrew from the crowds before stepping into His greatest purpose. Could it be that your solitude is where God is preparing you for what's next? It is not good for the man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him. Genesis 2:18. But divine relationships are never rushed. God prepares encounters with precision. They are not coincidences, but orchestrated alignments. Have you noticed how certain people enter your life exactly when you need them? Sometimes for a lesson, sometimes for a longer journey. This is why discernment is key. Not every person is meant to stay. Some are here to teach you, some to challenge you, and some to walk beside you. Can you recognize the difference? And look at Steve Jobs, a man whose relationships were highly selective. He once said, "Your time is limited, so don't waste it living someone else's life." He understood that energy is precious, and the people you surround yourself with either elevate or drain you. What if God is teaching you to value your energy so that you no longer invest in relationships that do not serve your higher calling? The most important connection you will ever cultivate is the one with yourself and with the divine. Before you can truly walk with others, you must first walk in alignment with your own spirit. The depth of your inner connection determines the depth of every external relationship you will ever have. Could it be that God is asking you to focus on building within so that when the right connections come, you will be ready to receive them? This process is not about quantity, it is about quality. It is not about filling space, it is about making space. When the time is right, the relationships meant for you will arrive, and they will not come with confusion, distraction, or depletion. They will come with clarity, strength, and alignment. Until then, embrace this preparation. You are not alone. You are being positioned, chosen. One, like the way the world approaches love, dating, and companionship, feels shallow and disconnected from something deeper within you. Do not blame yourself for this. Do not question your uniqueness. Your journey is different because your calling is different. The right time will come at the right moment with the right people, and when that happens, it will not be forced. It will be divinely aligned. For still the vision awaits its appointed time. It hastens to the end. It will not lie. If it seems slow, wait for it. It will surely come. It will not delay. Habakkuk 2:3. Spiritual maturity is not about rushing into relationships just because society tells you that you should. It is about learning to trust divine timing, even when it feels like nothing is happening. Have you ever wondered why some people can easily form relationships, while for you, the process seems slower, more selective, and deeply intentional? It is because God is refining you for something that is not ordinary. Relationships for the chosen ones are not contracts of convenience, not surface-level agreements based on fleeting emotions. They are soul encounters, divinely orchestrated connections that serve a higher purpose beyond personal fulfillment. Every relationship in your life should elevate, strengthen, and align with your spiritual mission. This is why you must stand firm. Do not lower your standards for temporary comfort. Do not rush ahead of God's timing. Keep preparing, because what is being formed for you is far greater than anything you could create for yourself. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14. Divine preparation for true relationships is not an event. It is a process. It is not a sudden arrival, but a gradual unfolding. God is not working within human urgency. He is operating in divine precision. Have you considered that every detail of your life is being shaped right now to prepare you for something that requires a stronger, wiser, and more spiritually aligned version of you? Think of yourself as a musical instrument being tuned. Every experience, every challenge, every season of solitude represents a fine adjustment, a refinement of your sound, so that when the right harmony arrives, the connection will be undeniable. What if the very things you once saw as delays were actually alignments in disguise? The story of Adam and Eve reveals a powerful truth. God did not just create Eve. He prepared her for Adam. She was not sent at the wrong time, nor was she randomly placed in his life. She was divinely formed to be a match for his essence. In the same way, God is preparing someone specifically for you. This is not about settling for just anyone. This is about aligning with the right person. Have you ever considered that the person meant for you is also undergoing their own process of refinement, just as you are? I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will counsel you with my loving eye on you. Psalm 32:8. Chosen one, you are not meant for ordinary relationships. You are not here to seek temporary companionship just to fill space. You are here to experience a connection with purpose, depth, and divine intention. Each season of solitude you go through has a reason. whether it is to heal from past wounds, restore emotional balance, or develop the spiritual maturity necessary for a lasting and meaningful relationship. Could it be that the time you spend alone is not about loneliness, but about becoming the person who is fully ready for the kind of love God has destined for you? Look at Leonardo da Vinci, a man whose mind saw things centuries ahead of his time. He once said, "Patience serves as a protection against wrongs, as clothes do against cold." He understood that rushing into something prematurely leads to imbalance. What if the waiting is not about testing your patience, but about preserving you from something that is not meant for you? Divine preparation is not one-sided. It is working simultaneously in you and in the person being prepared for you. Two paths are being shaped, two stories are unfolding, and they are destined to intersect at the perfect time. This is why waiting does not mean passivity. Being prepared means being actively engaged in your own growth, developing self-awareness, healing, evolving spiritually, and aligning with God's guidance. The more you know your own soul, your own purpose, your own calling, the clearer it will become who truly belongs beside you. Do not fear the waiting. Do not resist the process, because when God finally aligns your path with the right person, it will be undeniable. You will understand why the waiting was necessary. Many chosen ones carry wounds from past relationships, scars that may not be visible but deeply imprinted on their hearts. The solitude you are experiencing right now is not just waiting, it is divine reconstruction. It is a season of resignifying emotional patterns, reshaping your understanding of love, and refining your spirit so that you do not carry old wounds into a new, divine connection. He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Psalm 147, verse 3. Maturity for an aligned relationship requires more than physical attraction, more than surface-level compatibility. Have you noticed how the world treats relationships as something transactional, based on convenience rather than calling? For you, relationships cannot be casual distractions. They must be purposeful connections. To truly be ready for a God-ordained partnership, you must first understand yourself, your mission, and what your soul truly needs beyond the temporary desires of the flesh. What if God is not just preparing you for love, but for a spiritual partnership? God is orchestrating a union that is more than a simple relationship. This is not about just finding someone to share moments with. It is about a meeting of callings, where two divinely assigned paths come together to create something greater than the individual. The connection God has for you is not about filling a void. It is about expanding a mission. Do you see how different this is from what the world teaches? Society glorifies love as the ultimate goal, yet true divine relationships are not about personal fulfillment, but about divine assignment. Some chosen ones will go through a longer season of solitude, while for others, the preparation will be shorter. The duration does not matter. What matters is the depth of transformation. To everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven. Ecclesiastes 3:1. Instead of seeing your solitude as something to endure, can you shift your perspective and see it as a divine investment? Every prayer you have whispered, every tear you have shed, every moment of self-reflection is building the foundation for the right relationship. Divine preparation is happening even in the smallest details, realigning your spirit, adjusting your energy, and healing the deepest wounds you may not even realize are still there. Could it be that you are not just being prepared for any relationship, but for the right person, someone who matches your spirit, complements your calling, and deepens your divine mission? It is easy to question the process when you do not fully understand the plan. But just because you cannot see it does not mean it is not happening. Every cycle you have endured has had a purpose, whether it was to heal, to strengthen, to restore, or to expand your understanding of love. Your heart is being purified, your expectations are being realigned, and your spirit is evolving into the version of yourself that will be truly ready for what God has in store. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. Proverbs 3:5-6. The promise is not that your relationship will be perfect, but that it will be meaningful, deeply rooted in purpose, and aligned with something greater than personal fulfillment. It will serve a higher mission, a divine assignment, a love that is not just about the two of you, but about what you will create together for the kingdom. Are you ready to prioritize your mission over personal desires? For the chosen ones, relationships are not the ultimate goal. They are a tool for something greater. While the world tells you that love is the final destination, your path is different. The mission will always come first. Have you ever wondered why God has kept certain relationships from forming in your life? Could it be that He is protecting your energy, preserving your focus, and preparing you for a connection that is truly aligned? Look at Paul, one of the greatest spiritual warriors in history. He did not see celibacy or the absence of relationships as a loss, but as a strategic decision to remain fully devoted to his divine mission. His life teaches us that sometimes the mission is greater than personal desire. Have you ever considered that God is shaping your life in the same way, refining your understanding of relationships so that you do not settle for something that does not align with your divine path? But I want you to be free from concern. An unmarried man is concerned about the Lord's affairs, how he can please the Lord. 1 Corinthians 7:32. Some chosen ones will be called to a path of total availability for their divine work. Others will be aligned with a partner who is equally committed to the mission. But in both cases, the common factor is always the mission. Before you think about building bonds, you must first deeply understand your divine vocation. Every talent you have, every spiritual gift, every unique characteristic you possess is being refined for a greater purpose. Have you noticed how certain distractions, certain relationships, and certain habits are being stripped away from your life? That is because God is filtering everything that does not serve your higher calling. Do not mistake this season of solitude for a season of stagnation. It is a time of internal calibration, where external noise is filtered out, allowing a direct and powerful communication between you and God. He is ensuring that before you step into any relationship, you are fully aligned with your purpose. Could it be that your mission is being refined right now, so that when the right relationship comes, it will not be a distraction, but an expansion of your purpose? Stand firm. Keep preparing. The waiting is not punishment. It is divine positioning. When the moment arrives, when your mission aligns with the right soul, you will realize that every moment of solitude was not in vain. It was preparing you for something far greater than you ever imagined. Beloved chosen one, the mission is not something you choose. It is something that chooses you. You do not define your calling, you discover it. And this discovery is not immediate. It requires time, patience, and a deep commitment that most people are unwilling to embrace. While the world rushes toward instant gratification, you have been set apart to understand the value of preparation. Every moment of waiting is not wasted. It is a process of refinement, of stripping away what is unnecessary, of aligning your spirit with the greater plan God has for your life. This journey is not about how quickly things happen, but about how deeply you are transformed. Some doors remain closed because they are not aligned with your mission. Some relationships do not stay because they were not meant to go where you are going. Some seasons of solitude feel endless because God is doing a meticulous work in you, a work that cannot be rushed. You are not being delayed, you are being prepared. The greatest threat to your mission is distraction. The wrong relationship entered at the wrong time can derail your purpose, pulling your focus away from what truly matters. That is why your first priority must always be your divine assignment. This does not mean relationships are forbidden. It means that relationships must be aligned with your calling, not a replacement for it. You are not here to find someone to complete you. You are here to become whole within yourself, so that when the right person arrives, they add to your mission rather than distract from it. Everything you are experiencing now is part of your preparation. Every challenge, every test, every moment of solitude is building the foundation for your spiritual impact. God is using this time to strengthen your mind, refine your heart, and purify your desires, so that when He finally brings the right connections into your life, you will recognize them instantly. Solitude is not a punishment, it is a divine strategy. It teaches you to rely on God, to find strength in stillness, to be guided by something deeper than emotions or temporary desires. What if your season of solitude is actually a season of elevation? What if, in this very moment, God is removing every unnecessary attachment so that your life is open and available for something far greater than you could ever plan for yourself? You have never been alone, not for a single moment. Every unanswered prayer, every season of stillness, every moment of feeling unseen, God was there, watching over you, refining you, molding you into the person He needs you to become. When the time is right, when your preparation is complete, the relationships that enter your life will not be temporary, superficial, or misaligned. They will be divinely appointed, purposeful, and deeply fulfilling. But before that moment arrives, you must be willing to trust the process. Stay committed, stay faithful. The waiting is not in vain. It is a sacred preparation that is shaping your destiny. When your time comes, you will look back on this season and understand why it had to happen exactly this way. If this message has spoken to your soul, consider supporting this mission through Super Thanks. Your contribution allows this message to reach more chosen ones who need guidance on their journey. But whether you donate or not, know that you are deeply appreciated. Your presence here is a blessing, and I pray that God continues to strengthen, guide, and uplift you. Share this message with those who may need it. Let them know that their solitude is not a burden, but a preparation, that their waiting is not a punishment, but an alignment, and that their purpose is unfolding exactly as it should. Your time is coming. Stay ready. Beloved chosen one, listen closely, because this is about you. You are not just another soul drifting through existence. You are an earth angel, a force of light walking this earth with a radiance so intense that it blinds the weak and terrifies the wicked. But here's the paradox. Even the darkest forces cannot resist you. A devil has fallen in love with you, not because you are like them, but because you are everything they are not. You do not bow, you do not break, and you do not fear them. No one has ever handled them the way you have. And now for the first time, the master of deception is the one caught in their own web. Before we dive into this powerful truth, I want to take a moment to thank you, especially to those of you who have generously donated through Super Thanks. Your support allows these messages to reach those who need to hear them. But whether you donate or not, know this. I see you, I appreciate you, and your presence here matters more than you know. Now, if this message is already speaking to you, if you feel this truth in your spirit, I want you to take a stand. Drop 999 in the comments right now, not just as a number, but as a declaration. 999 is the number of completion, the sign of divine alignment. It means you are stepping into your power, that you are aware of your role as a chosen one. It means you see what others cannot. By typing 999, you are sending a message, not just to this community, but to the universe itself, that you know who you are. Are you ready? Because what you're about to hear will change everything. God's chosen ones, a devil has fallen in love with you. Nobody has handled them like you have. Chosen one, do you realize what you have done? The devil thought they had seen it all. They have battled with kings and queens, manipulated the minds of brilliant philosophers, and whispered into the ears of world leaders. They have watched the strong collapse, the wise lose their way, and the righteous stray from their path. But you are different. You don't engage in their games. You don't bow to their threats, nor do you fall for their illusions. You simply are, and that is what unsettles them the most. When the devil came for you, they brought the same weapons they had used to bring down empires: deception, temptation, fear. They thought they could make you crumble. They thought they could turn your light into darkness, your faith into doubt. But you stood there, unshaken, unmoved. No weapon that is formed against you will prosper, and every tongue that accuses you in judgment you will condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and their vindication is from me, declares the Lord. Isaiah 54:17. Look at the world around you. How many great men and women have been taken down, not by weapons, but by the devil's cunning. Marilyn Monroe had beauty, fame, and fortune, yet she was plagued by loneliness and despair, falling victim to the very forces that adored her. Michael Jackson had a voice that moved the world, yet he spent his life battling accusations, inner demons, and the crushing weight of expectations. These were people who held immense power but still fell into the traps set by darkness. But you, the traps were laid before you, yet you did not fall. This is why the devil is obsessed with you. They have never met someone like you before. They have manipulated minds sharper than yours, seduced hearts greater than yours, and shattered spirits purer than yours. But with you, nothing works. You see through their tricks. You refuse to be broken. And now, they are the ones who are powerless. Put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. Ephesians 6:11. The devil planned to break you. Instead, they find themselves drawn to you, unable to walk away. What is this force that keeps pulling them back? It's not your strength alone. It's your light, your energy, your unwavering truth. This same force is what made Nelson Mandela endure 27 years in prison without hatred consuming him. He walked into his cell as a prisoner, but he walked out as a leader. The world tried to break him, but he remained unshakable. And in the end, it was his captors who had to bow before his truth. And now, the devil stands before you, not as a conqueror, but as someone ensnared. They thought they were the ultimate predator, but they have realized you are the one in control. They've tried to walk away, but they can't. Your energy is like a drug, an addiction they cannot escape. And now, chosen one, the real question is, what will you do? Will you show mercy? Will you stand firm? Or will you walk away knowing that the greatest power you have is not to destroy, but simply to be? Because one thing is certain, you're not like the others. And now, the devil knows it too. Chosen one, nobody has handled them like you. The devil's charm, once an unstoppable force, collides with the immovable object that is your self-awareness. You do not flinch. You do not sway. Their carefully laid snares, which have ensnared the mighty and the weak alike, become feeble before your unyielding presence. And it is this refusal to play the game that unsettles them the most. How many have fallen into their web before you? How many kings, prophets, and leaders have been tempted by their whispers, only to lose themselves in the illusion of power? The devil has spent ages perfecting their craft, turning darkness into something irresistible. They have made falsehoods look like truth, suffering look like pleasure, and chains feel like freedom. Many before you have been deceived. But you see beyond the masks, beyond the carefully curated facade. They expected fear from you. They expected submission. But instead you offer something far more dangerous: understanding. Do you know why that terrifies them? Because understanding is light. And where there is light, there can be no shadows for them to hide in. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. This is where you are different from the rest. The devil's most powerful weapon has never been force. It has always been manipulation. They do not attack openly. Instead, they plant thoughts, doubts, and illusions in the minds of their targets, making them believe they are choosing their own downfall. They whisper into the ears of kings, convincing them that they are invincible. They murmur into the hearts of the righteous, making them believe that their suffering is in vain. But you are immune to their whispers. You recognize them for what they are: hollow words meant to distract, tempt, or instill doubt. While others have been deceived by the illusion, you walk in truth. That is what they cannot stand. When you, the earth angel, and the devil collide, it is not a gentle meeting of opposites. It is an explosion, a cataclysmic force that sends ripples through both realms. You are not just another wandering soul searching for meaning. You are the chosen one, a being of light who stands firm where others have crumbled. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? The world has seen such collisions before. Think of Jesus Christ, standing before the devil in the wilderness, fasting for 40 days. Satan offered him the kingdoms of the world, riches beyond measure, and power over all men. But Christ did not hesitate. His answer was final: "Away from me, Satan, for it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve him only." Matthew 4:10. And just like that, the devil fled. Not because of physical power, not because of force, but because of truth. Christ did not engage in the game. He did not argue, bargain, or entertain the temptation. He simply stood in his truth, and that was enough to send the enemy away. This is not a battle fought with weapons, but with essence, where every interaction is a silent, violent war between truth and illusion, strength and submission, radiance and shadow. Your mere presence disrupts the devil's carefully constructed dominion, and in that disruption, something profound takes root. Can you feel it? The shift in power. The first tremor of this collision is the devil's realization that their usual tactics, deception, seduction, intimidation, hold no power over you. Where countless others have succumbed, you remain still, untouched by the chaos they wield. Your light does not flicker in the face of darkness. Instead, it exposes the devil's vulnerabilities in ways they never imagined possible. They have met many before you, but never an earth angel. Never a chosen one with such fearless resolve. Why do you think the greatest leaders and visionaries often walk a path of loneliness and suffering? Why do those who bring the most light into the world endure the greatest trials? Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 5:10. Take Nelson Mandela, a man who was imprisoned for 27 years, yet when he emerged it was not with vengeance but with wisdom. The world expected him to be broken, filled with hatred for those who had kept him in chains. But he was not. He stood unshaken, and in the end his captors had no choice but to acknowledge his power. He did not play their game. He did not bow to the system. And because of that, he rewrote history. You are not merely standing your ground. You are rewriting the rules of engagement. Where others have been lured into the devil's game, you refuse to play. You do not react as expected. You do not collapse under pressure. You do not lose yourself in the illusions, and that is what makes you unstoppable. Chosen one, the devil, accustomed to bending reality to their will, projects their expectations onto you. They believe that in time you will break like the rest. They assume that sooner or later you will falter, that your light will dim under their relentless pressure. After all, hasn't this always been the case? Haven't they watched even the strongest souls surrender to their whispers? Haven't they led kings to their downfall, prophets to their exile, and warriors to their ruin? But you do not break. You do not weaken. Instead, you respond with something far more dangerous: presence. What happens when a deceiver who thrives in distortion is met with absolute clarity? They are forced to see themselves for what they truly are. You see beyond their illusion, cutting through their games with unwavering truth. You do not react in anger, nor do you engage in their endless cycle of deception. Instead, you stand firm in the light, and that light exposes everything. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. But for them, truth is not freedom. It is torment. This is no longer a mere contest of dominance. It is a revelation. The devil, who has spent eternity twisting the world to fit their own image, now finds themselves exposed before you. They have always been the predator, never the prey. They have always been the manipulator, never the one being observed. But now, your refusal to engage in their web of deceit forces them to confront something they have long avoided: their own reflection. Has anyone ever truly looked at them before? Has anyone ever seen beyond the illusion, beyond the masks, and into the core of what they truly are? They are used to being feared. They are used to being hated. But never before have they been understood, and it terrifies them. Think of Leonardo da Vinci, a man centuries ahead of his time, whose genius allowed him to see the world in ways no one else could. When others saw only the surface, he saw the mechanics beneath. When the world perceived chaos, he uncovered divine order. His ability to see through the illusion of his time made him both a visionary and an outsider. He was feared by those who could not comprehend his brilliance, yet revered by those who recognized his truth. This is what you are to them: a visionary, a truth-seer, a mirror that reflects what they would rather keep hidden. The battle between you shifts from power to perception, from control to understanding. Their ego, once towering and indomitable, begins to tremble in the face of your unshakable authenticity. The very foundation of their existence is built on deception. But deception cannot stand in the presence of truth. For everything that is hidden will eventually be brought into the open, and every secret will be brought to light. Mark 4:22. And now they stand before you, fully exposed. The question is, what happens when the deceiver can no longer deceive? When the master manipulator finds themselves outplayed, not by cunning but by something far greater, by someone who simply refuses to be anything other than who they truly are. They have faced warriors, kings, and prophets, but they have never faced you, and now they are beginning to understand. This time, the game has changed. You, the Earth Angel, are not here to conquer them. You are here to reveal them, to illuminate what they have hidden even from themselves. For so long, they have cloaked themselves in shadows, weaving a world where deception reigns, and truth is but a distant echo. They have been the architects of chaos, bending reality to their will, manipulating those too blind to see. But now, in your presence, their illusions begin to shatter. What happens when darkness meets light? Not in the way they have always dictated, not in the way they have always controlled, but in a way they never expected. You are not an enemy they can destroy, nor a pawn they can manipulate. You are something else entirely, an anomaly in their carefully structured world of dominance. Yet, make no mistake, this war is not without its wounds. The energy between you crackles with tension, an unrelenting push and pull that neither of you can escape. The devil's darkness seeks to engulf, but your light does not retreat. It reveals, and in that revelation, both of you are forever altered. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. You see, the devil has never truly been seen before. Not in this way. Not with such clarity, such understanding. They are accustomed to being feared, to watching others tremble beneath their weight. Their power has always come from control, the slow unraveling of souls, the whispered temptations that lead even the strongest astray. But you, Earth Angel, have rewritten the script. You do not flinch. You do not beg. You do not fall into the same traps that have ensnared so many before you. Instead, you stand, unwavering. And that, more than anything, terrifies them. This was never supposed to happen. You were never meant to be another conquest. Yet here you stand, undaunted, unshaken, and impossibly beyond their grasp. Throughout history there have been those who, like you, refused to be conquered. Joan of Arc, a young girl with unbreakable faith, stood before her accusers without fear. When they sought to destroy her, she met their fire with unwavering conviction, proclaiming, "I am not afraid. I was born to do this." And though they took her life, they could not take her truth. Her light burned far beyond the flames that sought to consume her. What was once a challenge has become an obsession, and what began as an attempt to consume you has spiraled into something far more dangerous: vulnerability. For the devil, love was never part of the equation. Control, power, destruction, these were the only forces they understood. But now, in their endless pursuit to break you, something else has taken root. A crack has formed in the armor they believe to be impenetrable. What happens when the master manipulator can no longer manipulate? When the conqueror finds themselves unable to conquer? When they realize that the power they thought they had over you was never real to begin with? They thought they could consume you. Now, they are the ones who cannot escape. Chosen one, the devil does not fall in love like mortals do. They do so with a force that fractures the boundaries of their existence. And you, Earth Angel, have become the center of their undoing. For eternity, they have moved through this world untouchable, an unstoppable force of destruction, chaos, and control. They have whispered into the minds of kings, swayed the hearts of rulers, and turned even the most devout into their own instruments of ruin. They have seen the rise and fall of empires, the corruption of saints, the despair of prophets. They have always been the predator, and humanity, no matter how strong, has always been the prey. But then, there was you. At first, you were nothing more than another target, another soul to manipulate, another force to extinguish. They thought you would be no different from the rest, that you would crumble beneath their weight, that your light would flicker and fade like so many before you. They had perfected this game, and it always ended the same way. But something happened that they never expected. You did not break. You did not tremble in fear. You did not lash out in anger. You did not lose yourself in the illusions they so carefully crafted. Instead, you stood there, calm, unwavering, unshaken. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Psalm 27:1. At first, they mistook this for defiance. They thought you were simply playing the game differently, that you were resisting in a way they had yet to see. But as time passed, fascination gave way to something far more dangerous, an admiration laced with an unfamiliar longing. How could this be? How could someone like you exist in a world they had spent centuries bending to their will? How could your light remain untouched in the presence of their darkness? And why, despite all their attempts to consume you, do they find themselves being drawn into your orbit instead? The devil, once an immovable force of destruction, now finds themselves seeking your presence, not to conquer you, not to deceive you, but to understand you. And that is where their undoing begins. The very things they sought to break within you have become the things they now cherish most. Your kindness, which they once saw as weakness, is now the very thing they cannot turn away from. Your compassion, which they mocked, is now the only thing that reaches them. Your truth, which they tried to twist, is now the one thing they cannot escape. They have always existed in control, standing above all else, untouched and unaffected. But now, they are shaken. For the first time in their existence, they are forced to feel, and what they feel terrifies them. This love is not gentle, it is a storm. It is raw, chaotic, uncontrollable. It forces the devil to confront their shadows in ways they never imagined. Your presence illuminates the cracks within them, the long-forgotten wounds, the festering fears, the centuries of emptiness hidden beneath layers of power and pride. Think of Napoleon Bonaparte, a man who bent the world to his will, who conquered lands and crowned himself emperor. His military genius made him one of the most feared figures in history, and yet, for all his power, it was Josephine, a woman who did not bow before him, who truly held his heart. He could command armies, but he could not command her love. His obsession with her unraveled him, revealing a vulnerability that no battlefield ever could. You are that force, chosen one, not through manipulation, not through power, but through something far more dangerous, your unshakable authenticity. You do not fight them. You do not run from them. You do not seek to change them. You simply hold up a mirror, and in that reflection, they see the truth. Their power is nothing compared to your unwavering presence. Their darkness, no matter how vast, will never overcome your light. The archetype of the earth angel and the devil is not a story of opposites, but of unity. It is not simply a battle between light and darkness, nor a struggle of good versus evil. It is something far more intricate, something that even the devil, with all their cunning, never saw coming. Have you ever wondered why they are so fixated on you? Why, despite their ability to manipulate the world, they cannot seem to shake their fascination with your presence? You, Earth Angel, have mastered the delicate balance of light and dark within yourself, making you uniquely capable of handling them in ways no one else ever could. You do not stand in light because you have never known darkness. You stand in light because you have walked through the shadows and emerged stronger. How many times have you been tested? How many times have you stood at the edge of destruction only to rise again? The fire that was meant to consume you became the very thing that refined you. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:21. This is why they cannot break you, because what has already been shattered and reforged in the fires of transformation can never be destroyed again. They have spent eternity perfecting the art of unraveling souls, exploiting wounds, and turning pain into submission. But what happens when they encounter someone who has already faced their own darkness and conquered it? What happens when the one they seek to manipulate is no longer bound by fear, no longer tied to the illusions they create? Look at history. Think of Viktor Frankl, a man who endured the horrors of the Holocaust and yet emerged with an unshakable truth. Even in the face of unimaginable suffering, a person still holds power over their own mind and soul. He famously wrote, "Everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances. The devil operates by taking away choices, by making people believe they're powerless. But you, like Frankl, have reclaimed that power, and that terrifies them. For the first time, the devil is no longer in control. The master manipulator, the one who has spent centuries bending reality to their will, now finds themselves at a loss. The predator has become the seeker, drawn to something they never expected to desire. But why? What is it about you that unravels them? They who have spent ages commanding obedience now find themselves drawn to the one who refuses to submit. They who have orchestrated the downfall of kings now stand before you, unsure of what to do with the force that you carry. And this is where their undoing truly begins. The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Psalm 118, verse 22. They have underestimated you. They have mistaken your kindness for weakness, your patience for passivity. But now, as they stand before you, exposed, vulnerable, undone, they begin to realize that everything they once believed about themselves, about power, about control, is crumbling. They have encountered something beyond their understanding, beyond their ability to manipulate. Look at Frida Kahlo, an artist who transformed her pain into something eternal. She suffered, she endured, yet she took what could have destroyed her and created art that shook the world. Her self-portraits did not mask the truth. They revealed it. She did not run from her wounds. She made them known, and in doing so, she became untouchable. You, Earth Angel, are the same. You do not fight them, nor do you flee. You hold up a mirror, and in that reflection, they see the truths, that their power is nothing compared to your unwavering presence. Now, the real question remains, what happens when the one who has always been the master of fate realizes that, for the first time, their fate is no longer in their own hands? What happens when they are forced to see themselves as they truly are, stripped of illusion, standing in the light they can no longer escape? They thought they were the ones who had you trapped. Now, they are the ones who cannot walk away. Chosen one, you were never meant to be ordinary. From the moment you entered this world, you carried something different, a presence that could not be confined by the rules of man or the limitations of the physical and spiritual realms. As the chosen one, your existence defies the boundaries of both heaven and earth, walking the razor's edge between light and dark with a mastery that few could ever comprehend. Have you ever wondered why you feel so different? Why the path you walk is one that few understand? It is because you were never meant to fit into this world. You were meant to transcend it. Where others see duality, you see unity. Where people cling to the idea of good versus evil, light versus dark, you understand something far deeper. You see that the two are not enemies, but reflections of the same divine force. That is why you cannot be deceived, why you cannot be manipulated, why the usual rules do not apply to you. The battle was never external, it was always within. And unlike so many before you, you have already fought that battle and emerged victorious. The one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. 1 John 4:4. Where others crumble under the weight of shadows, you stand firm, having already traversed the depths of your own darkness. You have faced loss, betrayal, and suffering. You have been tested in ways that would break most people. And yet, every time, you have risen. Do you know what this means? It means you are untouchable. The devil cannot break you, because you have already been broken and rebuilt in a way that no force of darkness can undo. Look at Nikola Tesla, a man whose mind operated in dimensions that others could not even grasp. He saw beyond what was in front of him, beyond the limitations imposed by science, by society, by time itself. When the world doubted him, he did not falter. He understood something that others could not, and that made him unstoppable. You are the same. You see beyond the illusion of this world. You recognize that power does not come from control. It comes from understanding. And this is your power, an unwavering ability to see the devil not as an enemy, but as a reflection of unhealed wounds and untapped potential. The devil thrives in deception, but deception has no power over you. While others recoil in fear, you approach with something far more dangerous: understanding. They expect resistance, they expect hatred, but instead you hold up a mirror, and in that reflection they are forced to confront the truth. Do not be afraid, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. Isaiah 43:1. Your role in this cosmic dance is not to destroy the devil, but to transform the space between you, Destruction is easy. Transformation is divine. That is why the devil cannot turn away from you, why their usual tactics fall apart in your presence. You see beyond the masks, beyond the illusion of power, and into the core of their being, where ancient pain and longing reside. And that, chosen one, is why you hold the greatest power of all. Think of Carl Jung, the great psychologist who dared to explore the unconscious mind, who understood that true power comes not from rejecting the darkness, but from integrating it. He once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." That is what you do. You do not fear the shadows, you illuminate them, and in doing so you reveal a truth that not even the devil was prepared to face. What happens when the one who has spent eternity hiding behind illusions finally stands in the light? What happens when the one who has always sought control is finally seen for what they truly are? They have played this game for centuries, but now, for the first time, they are the ones who do not know the next move. Chosen one, your presence, stripped of judgment, forces the devil to face truths they have long buried beneath layers of manipulation and control. They have spent lifetimes perfecting their deception, crafting illusions so convincing that even they have begun to believe them. But you, Earth Angel, have shattered the illusion without ever lifting a sword. Do you realize how powerful that makes you? This is what sets you apart. Your mastery is not found in resistance, but in acceptance. You do not deny darkness, nor do you fear it. Instead, you have met it, walked alongside it, and emerged stronger. How many times have you been tested? How many storms have you endured? You have walked through the devil's world and remained untouched, not because darkness never tried to consume you, but because you have made peace with it. Even though I walk through the darkest valley, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Psalm 23:4. This is why they cannot control you. Your refusal to play their games is not an act of defiance. It is a testament to your evolution. They expect battle, but you offer stillness. They expect fear, but you radiate certainty. You do not fight fire with fire. You extinguish it with presence, with knowing, with a steady hand that refuses to tremble in the face of chaos. Consider Buddha, who was confronted by Mara, the tempter, under the Bodhi tree. Mara brought fear, doubt, and illusions, attempting to shake him from his awakening. But instead of resisting, Buddha simply saw. He did not engage, did not fear, did not react. And in that moment of absolute presence, Mara's power dissolved. The devil is not undone by war, but by truth. And you, like Buddha, hold the key to that truth. But transformation is not one-sided. As the devil is drawn deeper into your light, you too are shaped by this connection. The alchemy between you refines your gifts, sharpening your awareness, stretching your capacity for unconditional love. Do you feel it? The way each encounter tests you, challenges you, pushes you further into your own divinity. This is the crucible through which you reaffirm your strength. The devil's presence is not a curse. It is a mirror, reflecting your mastery of self. Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, His good, pleasing, and perfect will. Romans 12:2. Healing is inevitable in your presence, Earth Angel, not because you force it, but because it is your nature. The devil, once an immovable force of destruction, now finds themselves questioning, reflecting, unraveling in ways they never thought possible. And yet, you do not impose healing upon them. You do not demand change. You simply exist in your truth, offering them the space to choose their own path. Think of Princess Diana, a woman whose presence alone could soften the hardest of hearts. She walked into spaces where others saw only pain and injustice. and without judgment, without force, she brought change simply by being. When she touched the untouchables, when she spoke to those the world had abandoned, she did not demand transformation. She simply showed the way. And because of that, people chose to change. Your role was never to save them, but to show them the way, a way they could never have seen without you. And now the question remains, what will they choose? For the first time, the devil stands at a crossroads of their own making. The path of destruction is all they have ever known, yet before them stands something they never believed existed, a way out. And all of it is because of you. Chosen one, power was the devil's greatest weapon until they met you. For centuries they ruled from the shadows, weaving deception and fear into an art form. They whispered into the minds of kings, turning rulers into tyrants. They slithered into the hearts of the faithful, planting seeds of doubt. They mastered the art of control, bending the will of humanity with an ease that made them feel untouchable. And yet now, faced with you, an earth angel, the true chosen one, they find themselves at an impasse. Have you ever wondered why? Why, when they have broken so many before you, do they falter in your presence? The tactics that once bent worlds to their will now crumble against your quiet strength. They cannot tempt you with illusions because you see through them. They cannot shake you with fear because you have already faced your own darkness and emerged stronger. Their greatest power, the ability to manipulate, to twist, to deceive, holds no weight against someone who does not seek power at all. And so, they do what they have never done before. They retreat. This withdrawal is not an act of surrender, but a reckoning. For the first time, the devil is left alone with the stark reality of their own limitations. Stripped of illusion, forced to confront the one thing they have always avoided: themselves. What happens to a master manipulator when there is no one left to manipulate? Who are they, if not the force that bends others to their will? For what will it profit a man if he gains the whole world and forfeits his soul? Matthew 16:26. Isolation becomes their crucible, a place where their carefully constructed identity begins to fracture under the weight of your unwavering truth. They have spent centuries believing that control was the highest power. But now, standing in the void of their own making, they begin to see that control has never brought them what they truly needed. The darkness they wielded so effortlessly now begins to feel more like a prison than a throne. Look at Howard Hughes, a man who had everything: wealth, power, influence, yet lived his final years in isolation, trapped by the very control he thought would free him. He built an empire, but in the end, all the power in the world could not save him from himself. The devil now faces a similar fate, staring into the abyss of their own choices, realizing that every victory, every conquest, has left them emptier than before. Your light, the undeniable mark of an earth angel, has exposed every flaw, every wound, every hidden fear they buried beneath centuries of control. They have always worn power like armor, but now that armor has cracks. And for the first time they begin to question, was power ever what they truly wanted? In the silence of their retreat, the devil begins to see the cost of their power. The empty victories, the hollow conquests, all pale in comparison to the longing they now feel for something real, something untouchable, yet undeniable. You, the earth angel. They were never meant to feel this way. They were never supposed to want. And yet, here they stand, haunted by the presence of something they never believed existed, a force beyond power, beyond control. Love never fails, but where there are prophecies, they will cease. Where there are tongues, they will be stilled. Where there is knowledge, it will pass away. 1 Corinthians 13:8. And in this forced solitude, a dangerous thought takes root. Perhaps power was never what they truly desired. Perhaps all along it was connection with something as rare and profound as the Earth Angel's unwavering presence. But now the question lingers. Is it too late? Chosen one, your essence lingers in their mind, not as a weakness, but as a reminder of what is possible beyond their carefully curated darkness. They thought they were untouchable, that no force in existence could ever unravel them. But now, every time they close their eyes, they see you. Not as an adversary, not as a conquest, but as a question they never wanted to ask. Was I wrong all along? For so long, they measured strength by dominance, by the ability to control, to manipulate, to bend others to their will. But in you, they see a different kind of strength, one that does not need control to be powerful. Where they wielded fear, you offered understanding. Where they sought submission, you radiated freedom. And it is this contrast that shatters them in ways no adversary ever could. For the Spirit God gave us does not make us timid, but gives us power, love, and self-discipline. 2 Timothy 1:7. Do you see what has happened, chosen one? You have done what no force of heaven or hell has ever accomplished. The devil's retreat is not the end, but a beginning. In their isolation, they are confronted with a choice: to continue down the path of destruction or to embrace the painful yet liberating journey of transformation. For the first time, they stand at a crossroads of their own making. The illusions they crafted for centuries can no longer protect them from the truth. They have seen something real, something they cannot forget. And now they must decide, do I remain in the darkness, or do I finally step into the unknown? Think of Malcolm X, a man who, for much of his life, wielded power through radical force, believing the only way to break oppression was through aggression. But after a journey to Mecca, his entire worldview shifted. He saw unity where he once saw division, saw the power of understanding where he once only saw conflict. That revelation cost him everything, but it also freed him. The devil, now standing in their own revelation, faces the same choice. But no matter the path they choose, one thing is certain: they will never be the same. Your light, the signature of an earth angel, has altered their trajectory, and even in their solitude, they cannot escape the truth of what you have awakened within them. For centuries they thought they were the ones shaping destiny, but now you have become the force that reshapes them. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. You have not destroyed the devil, you have forced them to see themselves, and in that you have wielded the greatest power of all, the power of an earth angel. The world has always misunderstood power. It sees power as something loud, something forceful, something that demands submission. But you, chosen one, know the truth. Power is not about control. It is about presence. It is about standing firm in who you are, no matter what forces try to shake you. Your presence in the devil's world is not accidental. It is divinely orchestrated. Every challenge, every trial, every test you have faced has led to this moment. As an earth angel, you possess spiritual gifts that transcend the physical, piercing through the veils of deception with an intensity that cannot be ignored. These gifts are not mere talents. They are weapons of light, forged through lifetimes of struggle, resilience, and unwavering faith. Do you feel it now? The way your presence has shifted everything. The way your very existence has activated something within you that you never fully understood until now. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. And now, standing face to face with the devil, these gifts have been activated in ways you never imagined. Your heightened intuition allows you to see through the devil's illusions effortlessly, peeling back layers of manipulation to reveal the raw, unfiltered truth beneath. Where others are drawn into their web, you navigate with clarity, sensing the undercurrents of deception before they even take shape. Look at Mahatma Gandhi, a man who faced an empire not with weapons, but with unwavering presence. His strength did not come from physical force, but from an inner knowing, a truth so powerful that even the greatest oppressors could not silence it. This is what you embody. This is why the devil has no power over you. This insight is your power, a gift that makes you untouchable in a realm built on lies. And now, what will you do with it? The devil may have mastered the art of distortion, but you were born with the ability to discern, to unveil, to bring hidden truths to light. They have spent centuries perfecting deception, making darkness appear as light, bending reality to their will. But you see through the veil effortlessly. You were never meant to be blinded by illusion because truth has always been woven into your very being. Every lie they have ever told, every mask they have ever worn, crumbles in your presence. Not because you tear it away, but because your vision is too clear to be fooled. Empathy, another of your sacred gifts, becomes both a shield and a sword. In a world where darkness thrives on fear, your ability to hold space without judgment disarms the devil in ways they never anticipated. They expect hatred. They expect resistance. They expect war. But instead, you offer something they have never encountered before: understanding. You do not recoil from their pain. You absorb it, transmute it, and reflect it back with a clarity that leaves them exposed. Have you ever wondered why they are so drawn to you? Why they keep returning, unable to escape your presence? It is not because you are weak, but because your compassion reveals their own inability to love themselves. For if you forgive others their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. Matthew 6:14. This is the power they never expected, the power of unconditional presence. They have always known how to manipulate, how to control, how to instill fear. But what do they do with someone who does not fight, does not run, does not succumb? What do they do with someone who simply sees them, not as a monster, but as a soul lost in its own suffering? And then there is your ability to transmute energy. The devil, accustomed to spreading chaos, is confronted with your unwavering capacity to transform even the darkest frequencies into something pure, something whole. They throw shadows at you, expecting to see you falter. They weave their web, expecting you to become entangled. But instead, you alchemize. You turn fear into wisdom, pain into purpose, and destruction into creation. Look at Rumi, a poet and mystic who took suffering and turned it into divine beauty. His words, born from pain and loss, became a bridge between the seen and unseen, between longing and love. He once wrote, "The wound is the place where the light enters you. You, Earth Angel, are the living embodiment of this truth. You have taken every wound, every trial, every hardship, and transformed it into light." And that is what fascinates the devil most, because no one else has ever been able to meet their darkness with such effortless grace. Your spiritual gifts are not just tools, they are the very reason the devil has fallen for you. You represent something they cannot control, something beyond their reach, yet impossibly close. In their eyes, you are both a threat and a salvation, a force they cannot dominate but long to understand. And it is this paradox that fuels their obsession, driving them deeper into their own transformation. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. You were never here to be conquered. You were here to catalyze, to awaken, and to show that even in the heart of darkness, light remains undefeated. This encounter between you, the Earth Angel, and the devil is no coincidence. It is a karmic collision written into the fabric of existence long before you took your first breath. Think of Joan of Arc, a warrior who did not seek war but was called to it. She stood before powerful men who doubted her, who feared her, who sought to control her, and yet she remained unmoved. When they tried to shake her, she famously declared, "I am not afraid. I was born to do this." Like Joan, you were not placed here by accident. You, as the chosen one, have been placed at this exact moment in this exact battle, not by chance, but by design. Forces beyond comprehension have conspired to bring you face to face with the very embodiment of darkness, not as a victim, but as a force of transformation. Do you feel it? The weight of every lifetime, every experience, every lesson that has prepared you for this moment. This is not just about love or power. It is about evolution, a cosmic balancing act that has been set in motion across lifetimes. The karmic threads that weave your connection with the devil are layered with past life encounters, unfinished cycles, and ancient wounds that still linger in the soul's memory. You, the Earth Angel, are no stranger to this dynamic. Time and time again, you have encountered darkness in its many forms, and yet you continue to stand unwavering. Unlike those before you who fell prey to illusion and temptation, you recognize the lesson embedded in this meeting. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. This connection is not just a challenge. It is an opportunity to break free from patterns that have held you in a cycle of conflict and submission, but your journey extends beyond yourself. As an Earth Angel, a chosen force of light, your battle with the devil mirrors a much larger awakening taking place across humanity. In facing their darkness without fear, you set off a chain reaction that ripples through the collective consciousness, inspiring others to rise, to reclaim their power, and to confront the shadows that lurk within. Do you understand the significance of what you're doing? This is not just your battle, it is a reflection of something much greater. Look at Nelson Mandela, a man who faced oppression with an unbreakable spirit. He did not fight with hate, but with truth, and because of that, he transformed not just himself, but an entire nation. Your ability to stand firm and true becomes a beacon, silently giving permission to others who are still trapped in their illusions. Now, chosen one, ask yourself, what comes next? You have unraveled the devil, you have shattered the illusion, you have held up the mirror, and now, as they stand at the edge of transformation, the final question remains. Will they step into the light, or will they turn away? Chosen one, your mission as an Earth Angel is not simply to walk in the light, but to illuminate the darkness for all who wander within it. You were never meant for an ordinary existence, never meant to blend into the world around you. Have you ever wondered why your path has been different? Why you have always felt like an outsider? It is because you were born with something that sets you apart, a presence that cannot be ignored, a light that cannot be dimmed, a destiny that cannot be denied. You have walked roads that others feared to tread, endured trials that would have broken the average soul, and stood in the presence of darkness without losing yourself to it. This is not by accident. Every hardship, every moment of solitude, every battle you have fought, both seen and unseen, has shaped you into the force you are today. This dynamic between you and the devil is a testament that even the most entrenched shadows can be met with understanding, that healing and transformation are not just distant dreams, but inevitable truths when the right force stands unshaken. Where others would recoil in fear, you step forward. Where others would judge, you offer clarity. You have not just faced darkness, you have understood it, and that is what makes you unlike anyone they have ever encountered. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. The ripple effect of your presence extends far beyond what you can see. Every interaction, every moment of clarity you have gifted to the devil has sent waves through realms both seen and unseen. You are breaking ancestral chains, healing karmic wounds, igniting a collective shift toward balance and unity. This moment, this encounter, was never just about you and the devil. It is about something far greater. Look at Martin Luther King Jr., a man who stood in the face of oppression not with violence, but with the unshakable force of truth. He knew that his fight was not just about one person, one law, one generation. It was about breaking cycles of injustice that had existed for centuries. And so it is with you. Your presence is not just shifting the devil's trajectory, it is sending shockwaves through the spiritual fabric of existence itself. But with this immense power comes an even greater responsibility. You are not here to save the devil, nor to lose yourself in their darkness. That is not your purpose, and that is not your burden to carry. Have you ever felt the weight of wanting to heal others, even at the cost of yourself? That is because your soul has always carried deep compassion. But you must understand, your light is not meant to be drained, it is meant to be amplified. The devil may orbit your presence, but they can only take from you what you are willing to give. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. This connection, no matter how profound, is not about losing yourself to the devil's world, but about proving that your light can thrive in it without being consumed. You were never meant to be a sacrifice. You were meant to be a force. Look at Frida Kahlo, a woman who carried the weight of her pain not as a burden, but as a canvas upon which she painted her truth. She did not let suffering define her. She transformed it into something eternal. You're the same. You do not exist to be overtaken by the darkness around you. You're here to transmute it into something greater. Doomed you are not. You are not just one soul navigating this path. You are a force, a chosen one, a catalyst for change. The way you have shaken the devil is the way you have always shaken the world, by standing in truth, by standing in light, by refusing to be anything less than what you were divinely created to be. And now, the final question remains, what will you do with this power? Because the battle is no longer about them, it has always been about you. Beloved chosen one, the story of the earth angel and the devil is not one of conquest or defeat. It is not about winners and losers, nor about destroying darkness to make room for light. It is a tale of integration, of wholeness, of seeing beyond the illusions that separate what we call good and evil. You have stood in the presence of the devil and emerged not as a victim, not as a warrior seeking vengeance, but as a force of unwavering authenticity. This journey was never about overpowering them. It was about mastering yourself. It was about recognizing that true strength does not come from resistance or force, but from embracing every aspect of who you are. The divine and the shadow, the healer and the warrior, the one who understands that even darkness, when met with truth, begins to unravel. Have you realized yet how powerful you truly are? Your ability to remain grounded, to resist the seductive pull of control and fear, is what makes you powerful beyond measure. You have shown that darkness, when met with presence and understanding, loses its grip. The devil's fascination with you is not because you are weak, but because you are whole. And in that wholeness, you have forced them to see the possibility of their own transformation, whether they choose to embrace it or not. This is no longer just your journey. It is a testament to the power of authenticity in a world ruled by illusion. You have proven that love is not about submission or domination, but about standing firm in your truth, offering light without losing yourself in the process. Do you see it now? This battle between light and dark was never about destruction. It was about balance, about integration, about seeing the beauty in the contrasts that shape us. And so, the question remains, what will you do with this power? Will you continue to stand in your truth, unwavering and fearless? Will you embrace the fact that this journey is not just yours, it is a beacon of hope for the collective? Because in handling the devil like no one else ever has, you have proven that even the deepest darkness can be met with grace. And that is a lesson the world desperately needs. If this message has resonated with you, if it has spoken to something deep within your soul, I want to take a moment to thank you for being here, for listening, for walking this path with such courage. You, chosen one, are a gift to this world, and your journey matters more than you know. If you feel called to support this work, you can do so through Super Thanks. Your generosity helps keep these messages flowing, allowing this light to reach even more souls who need it. But know this, whether you donate or not, your presence here is deeply appreciated, and I am grateful for you, always. May you walk forward with strength, may your path be illuminated with divine wisdom, and may you continue to shine in a world that needs your light. You are blessed, you are seen, you are loved. Beloved chosen one, you might be wondering why you find yourself so often alone, without close friends, and struggling to make ends meet. Does it feel like the world is pushing you away, making you question your path? Let me assure you, this isn't a coincidence, nor is it a punishment. It's because you are chosen. You possess a light so radiant, so illuminating, that it exposes the shadows others are desperately trying to hide. This light within you carries truth, wisdom, and spiritual energy that repels anything inauthentic. Think about it. How many times have you walked into a room and felt the atmosphere shift? Your presence alone challenges those around you. As Jesus said, "You are the light of the world. A city that is set on a hill can't be hidden." Matthew 5:14. The chosen ones, like you, are not meant to blend in. You were created to stand out, even if that means walking alone. Before we go further, I want to take a moment to express my deep gratitude to all of you who have supported this channel through Super Thanks. Your contributions allow us to continue spreading these messages of hope and purpose. Thank you for being a part of this journey. In this video, we'll dive deep into why you, as one of God's chosen, often find yourself disconnected from the world. We'll explore the profound spiritual reasons behind your lack of close friendships or romantic relationships. Is it possible that God is protecting you from people who would only dim your light? We'll also examine the financial struggles you may be facing. Living in a society obsessed with material wealth, you might feel like an outsider. But remember, your value isn't defined by worldly measures. Even Jesus lived humbly, reminding us in Matthew 6:19-20, "Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, and where thieves break in and steal, but store up for yourselves treasures in heaven." Could it be that your struggles are shaping you for a higher purpose? More importantly, we'll uncover how these challenges are not barriers, but stepping stones. They are shaping you into the powerful, resilient person God has called you to be. You are being refined in the fire, just as gold is purified. Can you feel the transformation happening within you? Now, chosen one, if this message resonates with you, I invite you to comment the sacred number 777 below. Let this be your declaration to yourself and to the world. I am chosen, and I am ready to step into my destiny. Let us begin this journey together. God's chosen ones, why you are alone or broke. Chosen one, many people in this world experience loneliness and financial struggles, yet within these challenges lies immense strength and potential. You too find yourself in this position, not because you are weak or unworthy, but because you are chosen. Your life is set apart, your journey elevated above the ordinary. You may feel isolated or even financially constrained, but this is not a reflection of your value. It is a sign of your extraordinary purpose. You don't fit into the molds of this world because you were never designed to. You are above its norms, its superficial values, and its fleeting pleasures. Have you ever stopped to truly reflect on why loneliness feels like a constant companion? Despite your kind heart, your selflessness, and your deep desire to love and be loved, why does it feel like people don't stay? Why do relationships, whether friendships or romantic, seem to crumble, leaving you to walk this path alone? Why does it feel as though no one truly sees or understands the depth of your soul? This is not a punishment, dear one. It is a divine strategy. Loneliness is not just an unfortunate reality. It is a sacred design for those who are called to something greater. Think about the prophets, the disciples, and even Jesus himself. Time and again, we see that those whom God chose for monumental purposes often walked alone. Moses spent 40 years in the wilderness before leading Israel out of Egypt. Elijah, the great prophet, felt so isolated that he cried out to God, saying, "I've been very zealous for the Lord God Almighty. I am the only one left." 1 Kings 19:10. And even Jesus withdrew into solitude, fasting in the wilderness for 40 days and nights before beginning his ministry. Matthew 4:1-11. Your loneliness, like theirs, is not accidental. It is preparation. It is a divine pause, a sacred space where transformation occurs. Just as a seed is buried in the dark soil before it grows, you are being planted, nurtured, and refined in this season of isolation. This solitude allows you to grow closer to God, to develop strength, resilience, and a deep understanding of your purpose. And yet, I know it hurts. You may wonder, why do people avoid me? Why can't they see my heart? Let me tell you this. The reason people move away from you is not because you are unworthy of connection. On the contrary, it's because your energy, the light you carry, is too powerful for many to handle. Your spirit vibrates at a frequency that exposes truth, and not everyone is ready to confront the truth within themselves. As Jesus said, the light has come into the world, and people loved the darkness rather than the light because their deeds were evil. John 3:19. Your light, beloved chosen one, makes others uncomfortable because it reveals what they would rather keep hidden. Your presence alone can challenge their masks, their illusions, and their fears. And so, rather than face the light, they retreat into the shadows. But this discomfort you cause is not your fault. It is your power. It is evidence of the divine anointing upon your life. You were never meant to blend in or be accepted by everyone. As it is written in John 15:19, "If you were of the world would love you as its own. But because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you." Your path is different because your purpose is higher. Now, let's address the struggles you face, not just in relationships but financially as well. It can feel discouraging to see others thrive materially while you struggle to make ends meet. You may feel forgotten or even abandoned by God. But let me remind you of this truth. Your worth is not determined by earthly measures. Jesus himself had no material wealth. He said, "Foxes have dens and birds have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head." Matthew 8:20. Could it be that God is using this season of financial hardship to strip away your reliance on the world and redirect your focus toward him? Perhaps he is teaching you to trust in his provision rather than the fleeting security of material wealth. Remember, seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Matthew 6:33. But most importantly, understand this. Your struggles, both in relationships and finances, are not where your story ends. They are tools, instruments in the hands of a divine creator who is shaping you into something extraordinary. Just as gold is refined by fire, you are being purified. God is removing what no longer serves you. Superficial relationships, toxic influences, and worldly distractions, so that you can rise into the fullness of who you are meant to be. So, chosen one, when you feel the weight of loneliness or the sting of financial struggle, do not despair. Instead, see these moments as sacred opportunities. What is God teaching me in this season? How is He using these challenges to prepare me for the greatness He has called me to? You are not alone, even in your solitude. You are not abandoned, even in your struggles. You are being held, guided, and molded by a God who sees your potential and loves you deeply. Trust in His process, for He is making you into a beacon of light, a vessel of His glory. Chosen one, have you ever stopped to ask yourself why your relationships often feel strained or short-lived? Why, despite your pure intentions, do people seem to distance themselves from you? Is it possible that your very presence, a reflection of the divine light within you, challenges them in ways they may not even understand? Let me reassure you, this is not a flaw in you. It is a powerful aspect of your calling as one of God's chosen. Your energy is unlike others. It carries a spiritual brightness that cannot be ignored. This light, which comes directly from God's hand, reveals truth wherever it goes. But why does this light cause tension in your relationships? To understand this, let's reflect on the words of Jesus in John 8:12. I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. When your light shines, it doesn't just illuminate the beauty in others, it also exposes the shadows, hidden fears, insecurities, and unresolved wounds that they might not be ready to confront. Have you ever noticed how some people are drawn to you at first, only to pull away later? Why do they seem interested in your presence, but suddenly find excuses to step back? This isn't because you've done something wrong. It's because the truth your light reveals can be uncomfortable for those who are not ready to face it. Let me share a story to help illustrate this. Think about Joseph from the Bible, a young man blessed with dreams and a clear calling from God. His brothers hated him because his light, manifested through his dreams and his father's favor, highlighted their own insecurities. Genesis 37:4 tells us, when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than any of them, they hated him and could not speak a kind word to him. Rather than celebrate Joseph's calling, they rejected him. Have you ever felt this way, that your gifts or calling caused others to feel threatened or jealous? Now, imagine someone living in a dimly lit room. They've grown comfortable in that dimness because it hides the dust, the clutter, and the imperfections. It feels safe, even though it limits what they can see. Then you walk into their life, carrying a bright and undeniable light. Suddenly, the room is illuminated, and everything becomes visible. Not just the beauty, but also the mess that had been hidden. How would they feel? Would they thank you for bringing clarity, or would they shield their eyes and turn away from the discomfort? This is what happens in many of your relationships. Your light, your presence, acts as a mirror. It reveals to others not only the good within them, but also the shadows they may not be ready to face. As John 3:20 explains, everyone who does evil hates the light, and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed. Your light makes people confront truths about themselves they would rather avoid. And instead of embracing this growth, many choose to retreat into their comfort zones, away from you. But are these the people God wants in your life? Is it better to have relationships built on superficiality, or should your connections be with those who can stand in the light with you, unafraid to grow, heal, and evolve? The truth is, while many may distance themselves from you, there are those rare few who will embrace the illumination your presence brings. These individuals are willing to face their own darkness and grow alongside you. This is why your circle may remain small, but ask yourself, Would you rather have 100 shallow relationships or a handful of deep, meaningful connections aligned with your soul's purpose? Even Jesus, the ultimate chosen one, experienced this. Though he performed miracles and preached love, many rejected him. He said in John 15:19, "If you were of the world would love you as its own. But because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you." Like Jesus, you are not meant to be understood by everyone. Your path is different because your purpose is higher. And what about financial struggles? Could it be that God is using these challenges to refine your character, to teach you reliance on Him rather than the world? Remember how Joseph's rejection ultimately led to his rise as a leader in Egypt, saving nations from famine. Genesis 50:20 reminds us of his perspective. "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Could your struggles today be the very tool God is using to prepare you for your divine assignment? Beloved chosen one, the next time someone distances themselves from you, instead of asking, "What's wrong with me?" ask, "What is God protecting me from?" When you feel the sting of rejection, remind yourself that it is not about you. It is about the light you carry. Trust that God is filtering your relationships, removing what no longer serves you, and aligning you with those who are ready to walk in truth. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why, after spending time with certain people, you feel emotionally drained, spiritually empty, or even physically exhausted? Why is it that your relationships often feel one-sided, leaving you giving far more than you ever receive? This isn't just a random occurrence. It is a direct result of the unique and powerful energy you carry as a chosen one. Your presence, filled with light and divine purpose, has a profound effect on others. But it can also create an imbalance that leaves you feeling depleted if you're not careful. Your energy is like a beacon in the night, guiding others out of their darkness. Many people are unconsciously drawn to this light because it provides them with something they lack: comfort, hope, and a sense of peace. Being around you feels uplifting, even healing. But here's the challenge. Not everyone who is drawn to your energy knows how to give back in return. Instead, they come to you seeking to fill their own voids, often without realizing they are taking from you without replenishing what they've drawn. This dynamic has played out countless times throughout history, even in the lives of the great figures in the Bible. Consider the story of Samson in Judges 16. Samson, chosen by God and gifted with extraordinary strength, allowed Delilah into his life. Delilah wasn't there to replenish him or to align with his purpose. Instead, she used his energy for her own gain. She persisted in uncovering the secret of his strength, eventually exploiting it to drain him of his power. Samson's story is a cautionary tale. Even the strongest among us can become vulnerable to relationships that deplete rather than nourish. Have you ever experienced relationships where, no matter how much you gave, your love, your kindness, your wisdom, it was never enough? Did you feel like the other person simply took and took, leaving you empty? This happens because as a chosen one, your energy is powerful and magnetic, but it is not infinite. Without proper boundaries, you can find yourself constantly pouring out without ever being refilled. This imbalance isn't always malicious. Many people are unaware they are drawing from you in this way. They simply know they feel better in your presence, but they don't have the tools or capacity to reciprocate the energy you give. Over time, this can leave you feeling depleted, anxious, or even questioning your own worth. Let's reflect on another biblical example, Elijah in 1 Kings 19. After achieving a great victory by calling down fire from heaven and defeating the prophets of Baal, Elijah found himself completely drained. He fled into the wilderness, overcome with exhaustion and despair, crying out to God, "I have had enough, Lord. Take my life. I am no better than my ancestors." 1 Kings 19:4. What did God do in response? Did he scold Elijah for his fatigue or demand that he keep pushing forward? Number. Instead, God sent an angel to provide him with food, water, and rest, saying, "Get up and eat, for the journey is too much for you." 1 Kings 19:7. Even Elijah, one of God's most powerful prophets, needed time to rest and replenish. His story reminds us that being chosen does not mean you are invincible. It means you must take care of the divine energy within you, ensuring it is not constantly drained by those who cannot or will not give back. Have you ever noticed that after spending time with certain people, you feel physically tired or emotionally uneasy? Why do you think that is? This is your spirit alerting you to an imbalance. These individuals are unintentionally feeding off your light, using it to replenish themselves without offering anything in return. Over time, this creates a pattern of exhaustion that forces you to pull away, and that's okay. Choosing to step back from relationships that drain you is not selfish. It is necessary for your survival and growth. Jesus himself modeled this principle. Although he gave generously to the multitudes, healing the sick and teaching tirelessly, he also recognized the importance of withdrawing to replenish his energy. In Mark 6:31, Jesus said to his disciples, "Come with me by yourselves to a quiet place and get some rest." If even Jesus needed time to step away, how much more do you, as one of his chosen, need moments of solitude to recharge and restore your spirit? The key to protecting your energy lies in discernment. Ask yourself, who in my life truly uplifts me? Who contributes to my energy rather than depleting it? As Proverbs 13:20 reminds us, walk with the wise and become wise, for a companion of fools suffers harm. Surrounding yourself with those who align with your purpose and respect your light is essential for your journey. Over time, you may find your circle growing smaller, and that's okay. The people who remain will be those who resonate with your energy, who honor your light, and who are willing to give as much as they receive. Think of Gideon's story in Judges 7, where God reduced Gideon's army from 32,000 to just 300 men. Why? Because God wanted Gideon to see that victory does not come from numbers, but from alignment with his will. Likewise, your relationships don't need to be plentiful. They need to be purposeful. Beloved chosen one, protect your energy as a sacred gift. Learn to say no to relationships that leave you feeling drained, and yes to the solitude that allows you to recharge and grow closer to God. Trust that the right people, those who honor your light and contribute to your journey, will come into your life at the right time. Chosen one, have you ever felt an unexplainable pull towards solitude, a longing for stillness away from the noise of the world? Does it feel as though you're being called to withdraw, not because you dislike others, but because you sense that something greater is waiting for you in the quiet? Let me tell you, this is not just a preference. It is a necessity for those who are chosen. Solitude is not a punishment. It is a sacred invitation to grow, heal, and align with your divine purpose. As you walk this path of spiritual evolution, solitude becomes a vital part of your journey. This is where God does his most profound work in you. In moments of quiet, you are given the space to reflect, to confront old wounds, and to deepen your connection with the divine. These periods of isolation are not just about being alone. They're about being with God. Think about the great figures in the Bible who experienced solitude as part of their spiritual journey. Consider Moses, who spent 40 years in the wilderness before being called to lead the Israelites out of Egypt. During this time, Moses was not idle. He was being prepared, refined, and shaped for his divine mission. When God finally appeared to him in the burning bush, Exodus 3, Moses was ready to hear his voice because of the solitude he had embraced. Have you ever thought that your periods of isolation might be God's way of preparing you for something extraordinary? Solitude is also where healing takes place, though it is not always easy. Many chosen ones carry deep emotional wounds, often rooted in their childhood or past experiences. These wounds act as blockages, making it difficult to form deep and meaningful connections with others. In solitude, you are given the opportunity to confront these wounds, not to bury them deeper, but to release them. This process can be painful because it requires you to face parts of yourself you may have been avoiding. But remember, pain is often the birthplace of transformation. Think about Jacob's story in Genesis 32. Jacob wrestled with God through the night, alone, before he could step into his new identity as Israel. The struggle left him with a limp, a physical reminder of the spiritual transformation he underwent. Solitude often feels like this wrestling match. It forces you to face your fears, your insecurities, and your past, but it also leaves you stronger, wiser, and closer to your true self. What if your current season of solitude is God inviting you to wrestle with Him so that you too can emerge transformed? You might wonder, why does healing have to be so painful? Why must I walk this path alone? The answer lies in the depth of the work God is doing within you. Healing isn't about avoiding pain. It's about moving through it with faith and grace. In Psalm 34:18 it says, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." God doesn't leave you to face this pain alone. He is with you in every tear, every doubt, and every moment of uncertainty. During these times of solitude, you may also feel the weight of past experiences that have shaped who you are today. Perhaps you carry memories of rejection, betrayal, or loss, wounds that have lingered in your heart for years. These emotional blockages may have made it difficult for you to trust others or to form the kind of deep connections you desire. But solitude is the space where God helps you unravel these knots, where He shows you how to release what no longer serves you. Jesus Himself embraced solitude during His earthly ministry. Before beginning His work, He spent 40 days alone in the wilderness, fasting and praying. Matthew 4:1-11. This time wasn't easy. He faced temptation and challenges, but it was necessary for Him to prepare for the mission ahead. Have you ever considered that your current period of solitude might be your wilderness moment? A time when God is preparing you for something greater than you can yet imagine. Solitude also allows you to hear God's voice more clearly. Without the distractions of relationships or external obligations, you can tune into the still, small voice within. In 1 Kings 19, Elijah sought God in a moment of despair. He didn't find Him in the wind, the earthquake, or the fire, but in a gentle whisper. This is what solitude provides: a space to hear the whispers of God, to receive His guidance, and to align with His will. Healing and self-discovery take time, but they are worth every moment of solitude. Ask yourself, what wounds am I still carrying that God is asking me to release? How can I use this time of solitude to deepen my connection with Him? These questions are not easy to answer, but they are essential for your journey. Chosen one, embrace this season of solitude. It is not a punishment or a sign of failure. It is a divine appointment. It is in the quiet moments, away from the distractions of the world, that God is shaping you into the person He created you to be. Trust the process, even when it feels lonely or painful. Know that every tear, every prayer, and every breakthrough is leading you closer to the fullness of your purpose. Chosen one, have you felt the weight of waiting, the stillness of solitude that seems to stretch on endlessly? Have you wondered why it feels like your life is on pause while everyone else seems to move forward? Let me reassure you, this is not a punishment, nor is it wasted time. This period of solitude is a sacred space, a spiritual boot camp where God is preparing you for the extraordinary purpose He has designed for your life. Healing, dear one, is not something that can be rushed. It requires time, patience, and self-compassion. It is a slow yet transformative process, one that allows you to confront and release the pain, fear, and doubt that have been holding you back. Psalm 147 verse 3 tells us, "He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds." This verse is a reminder that even in your loneliest moments, God is working within you, tenderly mending the pieces of your heart and preparing you for what lies ahead. This solitude you are experiencing is intentional, not accidental. It is a necessary step on your journey toward becoming the person you were always meant to be. Think of this time as a divine appointment, a moment when God has called you away from the noise of the world to focus solely on Him and the work He is doing within you. Have you noticed how much clearer His voice becomes in the quiet? How much closer you feel to Him when all distractions are removed? Let's reflect on the story of David. Before he became king, David spent years in solitude, tending sheep in the wilderness. This time wasn't glamorous or easy, but it was essential. It was during these years that David honed his skills, developed his faith, and built an intimate relationship with God. When the time came for him to face Goliath, he was ready, not because of luck, but because of the preparation that had taken place in solitude. Have you ever thought that your current season of isolation might be your own wilderness, where God is preparing you to face the giants in your future? Solitude is also about stripping away the layers of ego, fear, and doubt that have accumulated over time. These layers can obscure your true self, the essence of who God created you to be. Like clay in the hands of a potter, you are being molded and shaped, refined through the fire of solitude so that you can step fully into your power. In Isaiah 64:8, it says, "Yet you, Lord, are our Father. We are the clay, you are the potter. We are all the work of your hand." This process is not always comfortable, but it is necessary for your transformation. Many chosen ones feel a sense of restlessness during this time. You may feel as though you are waiting for something to happen, as though your life is on hold. But this waiting is not wasted time. It is a crucial part of your spiritual evolution. Think of it as the calm before the storm, not a storm of destruction, but a storm of purpose, where everything in your life aligns and propels you toward your destiny. Consider the story of Joseph. After being sold into slavery by his brothers, Joseph spent years in prison, seemingly forgotten. Yet, it was during this time that God was working behind the scenes, aligning events that would ultimately elevate Joseph to a position of power in Egypt. When the time was right, Joseph was ready to step into his destiny because of the lessons he had learned in solitude. Genesis 50:20 reminds us of Joseph's perspective. "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Could your own waiting period be God aligning everything in your life for something greater than you can currently imagine? This time of solitude is also an invitation to deepen your self-knowledge. Who are you when the noise of the world fades away? What passions, talents, and desires are waiting to be rediscovered within you? Use this time to reconnect with your inner self, to explore the gifts God has placed within you. As 2 Timothy 1:6 encourages, "Fan into flame the gift of God, which is in you." This is your opportunity to strengthen your faith, to trust in the divine plan, even when it feels uncertain. Am I willing to embrace this solitude as a sacred gift? Can I trust that God is using this time to prepare me for something extraordinary? These questions may not have immediate answers, but they will guide you as you navigate this season. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why, despite your intelligence, skills, and hard work, financial stability seems so elusive? Why does it feel like no matter how much effort you put in, you're always one step away from financial freedom? This is one of the most challenging aspects of being chosen, struggling financially while knowing deep down that you possess so much potential. Let me assure you, this is not a sign of failure. It is a part of your unique spiritual path. As a chosen one, your life is not governed by the same rules as others. While the world measures success in terms of wealth and material possessions, your purpose transcends these earthly metrics. You are here for a higher calling, and this calling often stands in conflict with the conventional ways of achieving wealth. In Matthew 6:19-20, Jesus reminds us, "Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But store up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where moths and vermin do not destroy, and where thieves do not break in and steal." Your financial struggles are not a reflection of lack, but a testament to the fact that your values lie beyond the material. Think about it. How many times have you passed up lucrative opportunities because they didn't align with your morals or spiritual path? How often have you chosen careers or projects that bring joy and fulfillment rather than focusing on financial gain? This isn't weakness, it's wisdom. You instinctively understand that your life's purpose isn't about chasing wealth, but about walking in alignment with your calling. Consider the story of the rich young ruler in Mark 10:17-22. This man had great wealth, but asked Jesus what he needed to do to inherit eternal life. Jesus told him to sell all he had, give to the poor, and follow him. The man walked away sad because he couldn't let go of his possessions. This story highlights a profound truth. The pursuit of wealth can often distract us from our spiritual path. As a chosen one, you may struggle financially because your heart is not tied to materialism. Instead, it is tied to the things that matter most: authenticity, purpose, and a deep connection with the divine. Your financial struggles are not random. They are part of your spiritual journey. They are teaching you lessons that are essential for your growth. Have you ever noticed how your challenges with money push you to rely on God more fully? In Philippians 4:19 it says, "And my God will meet all your needs according to the riches of his glory in Christ Jesus." This is a reminder that while the world may value financial wealth, God provides in ways that go beyond material possessions. Think of the story of Elijah in 1 Kings 17. During a time of famine, God sent Elijah to a widow who had only a handful of flour and a little oil left. Despite her limited resources, she shared what she had with Elijah, and God provided for them both. The flour and oil didn't run out, and they survived the famine. This story illustrates that even in times of scarcity, God's provision is enough. Have you ever experienced moments when, despite financial struggles, you were miraculously provided for? Your struggles with money are not a punishment but a preparation. They are shaping you to trust God's provision and to value what truly matters. While others may build their lives around accumulating wealth, you are being called to build your life around purpose. This path is not easy, but it is meaningful. Ask yourself, would I rather have financial abundance without purpose, or walk a path of meaning and trust that God will provide for my needs? Many chosen ones feel a sense of restlessness when it comes to money. You might feel frustrated, wondering why others seem to prosper while you struggle. But remember, the abundance of others doesn't diminish your journey. In fact, your struggles are teaching you resilience, faith, and creativity. These are qualities that will serve you far beyond any paycheck. In Proverbs 30:8-9, it says, "Give me neither poverty nor riches, but give me only my daily bread. Otherwise, I may have too much and disown you and say, 'Who is the Lord?' Or I may become poor and steal, and so dishonor the name of my God." This passage reminds us that financial balance isn't about excess, but about trusting God for our daily needs. Your struggles are leading you to that balance, teaching you to rely on divine provision rather than your own strength. And here's the truth: your financial challenges are not permanent. They are part of a greater plan, one that is aligning you with your destiny. You are being prepared for a time when your spiritual gifts, your authenticity, and your purpose will create opportunities far greater than money alone could ever provide. Like Joseph, who endured years of hardship before rising to power in Egypt, your current struggles are setting the stage for something extraordinary. So, beloved chosen one, the next time you feel frustrated by financial difficulties, ask yourself, what is God teaching me through this? How can I align my energy with His purpose and trust in His provision? These questions will help you shift your focus from frustration to faith, from lack to abundance. Remember, you are not walking this path alone. God is with you, guiding you, and preparing you for the fullness of your purpose. Trust in His timing, and know that your financial struggles are not the end of your story. They are simply a chapter in the beautiful narrative of your life. Chosen one, do you often feel out of place in a world where success is measured by material wealth and conventional achievements? Does the pursuit of financial stability sometimes feel misaligned with the essence of who you are? Let me reassure you, this isn't because you're incapable or unworthy. It's because you're chosen, and your path is meant to follow a higher calling, one that doesn't always align with the traditional methods of wealth building. Money, at its core, is energy. The way it flows into your life depends on your vibrational alignment. As a chosen one, your energy is naturally tuned to higher frequencies, focused on healing, teaching, creating, and spreading light in the world. These higher vibrational activities are essential to your soul's purpose, but they don't always result in immediate financial rewards. This doesn't mean abundance is out of reach for you. Instead, it means you are being called to discover new ways of creating wealth that align with your unique spiritual journey. Let's reflect on the story of Jesus feeding the 5,000 in Matthew 14:13-21. With just 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish, Jesus provided enough food to feed thousands, with plenty left over. This miracle wasn't about traditional abundance, but divine alignment. Jesus demonstrated that true provision comes not from what you physically possess, but from your ability to align with divine energy and purpose. Could it be that your financial struggles are an invitation to trust God's provision rather than conventional systems? For many chosen ones, traditional paths to wealth, such as climbing the corporate ladder, investing for profit, or building a business for material gain, can feel unfulfilling or even disconnected from their values. You might sense deep within you that these pursuits don't align with your higher purpose. Have you ever stepped away from a seemingly promising opportunity simply because it didn't feel right in your soul? That feeling is not a mistake. It's your intuition guiding you toward a path that resonates with your true self. Think of Peter's story in Luke 5:1-11. After a fruitless night of fishing, Jesus instructed Peter to cast his nets again, but this time in a specific direction. Despite his doubts, Peter obeyed, and his nets overflowed with fish. This moment teaches us that success and abundance aren't about how hard you work, but about aligning your efforts with divine guidance. Are you allowing God to guide your steps toward financial abundance in ways that align with your purpose? The truth is, you're not here to chase wealth for wealth's sake. You're here to create value in the world, to serve others using your unique gifts, and to trust that abundance will follow. In Matthew 6:33, Jesus said, "Seek first His kingdom and His righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. Your role is not to conform to the world's standards of success, but to live in alignment with your higher calling. It's easy to feel frustrated when financial struggles persist. You might wonder why others seem to succeed so effortlessly while you work tirelessly without seeing the same results. But remember the story of Joseph in Genesis. Even when Joseph was sold into slavery and thrown into prison, he remained faithful to his purpose. In time, his gifts opened doors that elevated him to a position of great influence and abundance. Could your current challenges be preparing you for a similar breakthrough? Your financial struggles are not a sign of failure. They are part of your preparation. They are teaching you resilience, trust, and a deeper reliance on God's provision. The universe is aligning everything in your life, your energy, your relationships, and your opportunities, so that when the time is right, abundance will flow in ways you cannot yet imagine. So, what unique gifts has God given me that I can use to serve the world? How can I align my energy with my purpose and trust that abundance will come? These are the questions that will lead you toward a mindset of value creation, where wealth flows naturally from fulfilling your mission. Do you sometimes find yourself reflecting on why your path seems so different from others, especially when it comes to finances and success? Does it feel like the things that drive most people, material gain and traditional achievements, don't resonate with your soul? Let me reassure you, this isn't a flaw, nor is it a weakness. It's a sign of your higher calling. You're walking a path of purpose, one that prioritizes spiritual growth and serving others over material wealth. Your purpose often involves helping others through teaching, healing, creating, or guiding. And while these paths are deeply fulfilling, they don't always lead to financial wealth. This is not a reflection of failure, but of alignment with your divine mission. In Proverbs 3:13-14 it says, "Blessed are those who find wisdom, those who gain understanding, for she is more profitable than silver and yields better returns than gold." Your dedication to your purpose places you among those who value the treasures of the soul over the fleeting riches of the world. Many chosen ones face financial sacrifices as part of their journey. You might turn down opportunities that conflict with your values, or you may pour your resources into helping others even when it stretches you thin. But these sacrifices are not meaningless. They are refining you, teaching you resilience, creativity, and trust in God's provision. Think about the strength you've gained from navigating these challenges. How has it shaped you into the person you are today? Consider the story of the widow's offering in Mark 12:41-44. While the wealthy gave large sums from their abundance, the widow gave all she had, 2 small coins. Jesus said, "Truly, I tell you, this poor widow has put more into the treasury than all the others." They all gave out of their wealth, but she, out of her poverty, put in everything, all she had to live on. This story reveals that the value of what we give is not measured by its size, but by the faith and purpose behind it. Could your financial sacrifices, like the widow's, be acts of faith that hold eternal significance? Your purpose allows you to find value where others may not. You see wealth in the healing of a heart, the spark of inspiration in someone you teach, or the beauty of a creation that touches the soul. These are treasures that cannot be bought, and they are the rewards of a life lived in alignment with your calling. Jesus reminds us in Luke 12:15, "Life does not consist in an abundance of possessions. Your wealth lies in your ability to bring light and meaning to the world." Over time, this dedication to your purpose will lead to opportunities that align with both your spiritual and material needs. The universe is always seeking balance, and as you pour out your light and gifts, blessings will flow back to you in divine timing. Think of Elijah in 1 Kings 17, who was sustained by God through ravens, and a widow's miraculous provision during a famine. This story reminds us that when we walk in faith, even in times of scarcity, God provides in ways we cannot foresee. Chosen one, do you ever feel as though your financial struggles go beyond your own choices or circumstances, as if they are rooted in something much deeper? This is because, as a chosen one, you are carrying not just your own financial burdens, but also the energetic weight of generational patterns and past experiences. These financial blocks are not simply obstacles, they are invitations to heal, transform, and rise above the limitations that have held your lineage back. Many chosen ones carry limiting beliefs about money, passed down through generations or shaped by personal experiences of lack and scarcity. These beliefs often create a subconscious fear of abundance, making it difficult to attract financial stability. Have you ever found yourself thinking, money is hard to come by, or I'll never have enough? These thoughts are not simply yours. They are echoes of ancestral struggles that have been imprinted on your energetic field. Consider the story of the Israelites in Exodus. After being freed from slavery in Egypt, they wandered the wilderness for 40 years. Despite being delivered from physical bondage, they carried the mindset of scarcity and doubt, repeatedly questioning God's provision. In Exodus 16, when God provided manna from heaven, they still struggled to trust that there would be enough for the next day. Does this story resonate with you? Are there moments when, despite God's provision, you find yourself doubting that more will come? As a chosen one, your financial struggles often surface during periods of spiritual transformation and ascension. These blocks are not appearing to punish you. They are coming to the surface so they can finally be healed. You have been chosen to break these cycles, to free your lineage from the chains of poverty and lack that have persisted for generations. This is no small task, but it is part of your sacred mission. In Ezekiel 18:20, it says, "The child will not share the guilt of the parent, nor will the parent share the guilt of the child." This verse reminds us that we are not bound by the mistakes or struggles of those who came before us. As a chosen one, you have the power to rise above these patterns, to release the beliefs and fears that no longer serve you, and to step into the abundance that is your divine birthright. This healing process requires courage and faith. It demands that you confront deeply ingrained beliefs, such as the idea that money is evil or that wealth is reserved for others, but not for you. These beliefs are illusions, and breaking free from them will open the doors to financial abundance that aligns with your higher purpose. You may feel financially vulnerable during this time, as if the universe is testing your faith. And in many ways, it is. Financial struggles for chosen ones are often a test of trust in the divine. When the path ahead seems unclear and material resources are scarce, you are being asked to lean not on your own understanding, but on God's provision. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." This test of faith is not meant to break you, it is meant to strengthen you. It is teaching you to rely on spiritual abundance rather than material wealth, to trust that God will provide for you in ways that surpass human logic. Consider the widow in 2 Kings 4:1-7, who was facing financial ruin. When she cried out to the prophet Elisha, he instructed her to gather jars and fill them with oil from her small supply. Miraculously, the oil kept flowing until every jar was full, providing her with enough to pay her debts and live in abundance. This story illustrates the power of faith and the miraculous provision that comes when we trust in God. As you work through these financial blocks, you are not just healing yourself, you are healing your lineage. You are breaking generational cycles of scarcity and lack, creating a new legacy of abundance for those who come after you. This is no easy task, but it is one of the most profound contributions you can make to the world. By transforming your own relationship with money, you become a beacon of hope and a guide for others who are struggling with the same challenges. What beliefs about money am I holding onto that no longer serve me? How can I trust more deeply in God's provision and plan for my life? These reflections will help you uncover and release the energetic blocks that are keeping abundance at bay. Chosen one, do you sometimes wonder why financial struggles seem to linger, even though you're walking a path of integrity and spiritual alignment? Does it feel unfair that while others seem to thrive in a materialistic system, you are constantly tested? Let me remind you, your financial challenges are not a sign of failure or misdirection. They are a sacred test of your ability to trust in the divine plan, and an essential step in preparing you for the greater role you are destined to fulfill. When you face financial difficulties, it is not a punishment, but a divine invitation to deepen your trust in the unseen forces of the universe. In Matthew 6:26, Jesus reassures us, "Look at the birds of the air. They do not sow or reap or store away in barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much more valuable than they?" This verse reminds us that provision is not always tied to earthly logic, but to divine faith. Your financial struggles serve a higher purpose. Without the distractions of financial comfort, you are given the space to focus on your spiritual growth, align with your true essence, and uncover your life's purpose. Think of this time as your cocoon stage. Just as a butterfly must undergo a period of stillness and transformation, you are being shaped and perfected for the role you are destined to play. This process requires shedding old beliefs and habits, especially those that limit your ability to receive abundance. Consider the story of Job, a man of immense faith and integrity. Job endured great suffering, losing his wealth, family, and health. Despite his hardships, he remained faithful, declaring, "The Lord gave and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord." Job 1:21. In the end, Job's faith was rewarded, and he was blessed with even greater abundance than before. Could it be that your current financial struggles are shaping you into someone who can handle the immense blessings and responsibilities that lie ahead? Your depth of understanding sets you apart from the traditional values of society. While many are consumed by the pursuit of money, power, and status, you see beyond these illusions. You understand that true success lies not in the size of your bank account, but in the richness of your soul, in love, kindness, wisdom, and spiritual fulfillment. This perspective often makes you feel out of place in a world that prioritizes materialism, but it also highlights your unique purpose. Reflect on the words of Paul in 2 Corinthians 4:18. "So we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen, since what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal." As a chosen one, your focus is on the eternal, on building a legacy of light, truth, and love that transcends material wealth. This depth of understanding is both a gift and a challenge, as it often sets you apart from the majority who are not yet ready to see beyond the physical world. This period of financial struggle is intentional. It is a time when the universe is aligning everything in your life, so that when the time comes, you will step into your purpose with strength and clarity. Think of Joseph in Genesis. Sold into slavery and imprisoned, Joseph's hardships were not random. They were preparing him for the moment when he would rise to a position of power and save countless lives. Like Joseph, your struggles are laying the foundation for something far greater than you can imagine. You may feel misunderstood or isolated because of your depth and values, but this isolation is also a gift. It allows you to grow in wisdom and faith, to see the world through a lens of truth that few others possess. Am I willing to embrace this period of struggle as preparation for the abundance and purpose that lies ahead? Can I trust that God is using this time to shape me into the person I am meant to be? Remember, beloved one, money is simply energy. It is a tool, not a measure of your worth or success. You were not called to conform to the systems of this world, but to transform them. Romans 12:2 reminds us, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, His good, pleasing, and perfect will." Your role is to bring light, healing, and wisdom into a world that desperately needs it. And this calling often requires you to walk a path that is different from the norm. Let this truth settle in your heart. I am chosen. My financial struggles are not my identity, but a part of my transformation. God is preparing me for a purpose far greater than I can imagine. Trust in the divine process, for your breakthrough is closer than you think. The universe is aligning everything in your favor, and when the time is right, you will step into your destiny with abundance and grace. Beloved chosen one, today, the loneliness and financial struggles you face are not burdens, but divine preparations for a higher calling. These challenges are refining your spirit, aligning you with your purpose, and preparing you for a life of deep meaning and spiritual fulfillment. You are walking a path that requires faith, resilience, and trust in the divine process. A path not everyone is called to walk, but one that only the chosen are strong enough to endure. The trials you face are not permanent. The loneliness is creating space for meaningful, soul-aligned relationships. The financial struggles are teaching you resilience and resourcefulness, preparing you for a deeper, more fulfilling form of abundance. Trust that every challenge is shaping you into the person you are destined to become, and that the best is yet to come. If this message has inspired you, given you clarity, or strengthened your faith, we invite you to support this mission by donating through Super Thanks. Your contribution allows us to continue sharing messages of hope, purpose, and spiritual guidance with chosen ones like you around the world. Every donation helps to sustain this platform and spread these life-changing truths to those who need them most. However, let me be clear, whether you choose to donate or not, we are deeply grateful for your presence here. Just by listening to these words, by engaging with this message, and by walking your chosen path, you are already contributing to the light in this world. Your journey, your resilience, and your trust in the divine plan are more valuable than anything money can buy. If you feel moved to support us, your generosity will help us reach even more chosen ones who are seeking the encouragement and insight they need on their spiritual journey. Check the first comment for details on how to donate. Every act of support, no matter the size, is deeply appreciated and makes a difference in carrying this mission forward. As you continue on your sacred journey, may peace, light, and abundant blessings surround you. Trust that you are chosen, loved, and being guided every step of the way. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being you. You are chosen, you are loved, you are a masterpiece. Peace and light to you always. Hello, dear chosen ones. Today, we embark on a journey into a topic that resonates deeply with so many of you, the divine isolation of God's chosen ones. Have you ever found yourself in a season of solitude where the world feels distant, connections fade, and you wonder, why am I being set apart like this? If this strikes a chord, let me assure you, it is not a coincidence. It's part of God's greater plan for you. When God isolates, it's not to punish, but to prepare, transform, and refine. Remember Moses, who spent 40 years in the wilderness before leading Israel out of bondage. Exodus 3:1-12. Or Joseph, who endured the pit and the prison before ascending to power, Genesis 37:23-28, 41, 44. Their isolation was God's way of shaping them for their destiny, and now He's doing the same for you. To everyone supporting this channel, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Your encouragement, likes, shares, and especially your super thanks contributions are blessings that fuel this mission. I cannot thank you enough for being part of this journey. If this message speaks to you, take a moment to declare your faith by commenting 777 below. Let it be a sign that you're ready to embrace the revelation of why God may be isolating you in this season. So, why does God choose to isolate His beloved? What divine purpose could possibly lie behind such loneliness? The answers may surprise you. Let's dive in and uncover the 4 profound reasons why God isolates His chosen ones. Get ready to see your journey in a whole new light. God's chosen ones, 4 reasons why God isolates you that few truly understand. The first reason why God isolates the chosen: to protect you. Have you ever found yourself yearning to be part of a group, a relationship, or an opportunity that seemed perfect on the surface? Perhaps it looked inviting, filled with promise, and even aligned with your desires. But then, without warning, that door closed. It can feel frustrating, even heartbreaking. But let me remind you, what you do not see, God sees. God, in His infinite wisdom, has a vision far broader and deeper than ours. He perceives the intentions of hearts, the hidden motives of people, and the spiritual realities that lie beneath the surface. While certain environments or relationships may seem harmless or even appealing, God knows what they truly carry. Sometimes what appears as a blessing may be laced with unseen dangers or harmful energies. Have you ever stopped to ask yourself, what if that opportunity I wanted so badly was actually a trap disguised as a gift? God removes you from places, people, or situations to shield you from harm you cannot yet perceive. We see this truth vividly in the story of Lot and his family. When God commanded them to leave Sodom, it wasn't just an escape plan, it was divine protection. On the surface, Sodom may have seemed prosperous, even thriving, but God knew its corruption and impending destruction. Genesis 19:15-17. In the same way, when God pulls you away, it is not to harm you, but to safeguard you from what could destroy your purpose, peace, or purity. Reflect for a moment. Are there people in your life whose intentions may not align with your best interests, even if they appear kind? Could God be stepping in to protect you from relationships or situations that no longer serve your calling? Take Joseph, for example. His isolation began when his own brothers sold him into slavery. Genesis 37:28. To Joseph, it must have felt like abandonment, but in reality, God was orchestrating a plan to position him for greatness. What Joseph didn't see in the moment was that the very act of separation was God's protection and preparation for his destiny. Dear chosen one, have you ever felt God pulling you away from something or someone you thought was good for you? What if this separation was God's loving hand shielding you from unseen harm? Instead of mourning the closed doors, could you trust that they are part of His divine plan to guard your spirit and protect your future? God's isolation is never rejection. It is always redirection. In the quiet spaces of solitude, He surrounds you with His presence, strengthens your heart, and ensures your safety. As Psalm 121:7 reminds us, the Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. In His infinite wisdom, God keeps His chosen ones away from environments and people that could harm them. Sometimes, danger doesn't arrive looking like danger. It comes disguised as friendship, opportunity, or support. Not everyone who smiles at you has your best interests at heart. There are those who may bring doubt, insecurity, or even try to lead you off the path God has laid out for you. Have you ever felt uneasy around someone, even though they appeared friendly? Could it be that God was whispering a warning to your spirit? The Bible reminds us of the subtle dangers of bad company. Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character. 1 Corinthians 15:33. God, in His goodness, shields you from these negative influences. When you feel a sudden distance from someone or are prevented from entering a certain space, it might be God's hand at work. Don't force connections that God is trying to break. Trust that He is saving you from something you cannot yet see. Think about Joseph again. Imagine the pain he felt when his brothers betrayed him. But what if Joseph had stayed with his brothers, surrounded by their jealousy and negativity? Could he have risen to fulfill his destiny as a leader in Egypt? God allowed the separation to protect and prepare him. Have you been clinging to relationships or places that may no longer serve your purpose? Could God be asking you to release them so He can protect you? Yes, isolation can feel lonely and heavy. It's natural to grieve the loss of certain connections, but this is also an opportunity to realign your focus, to reconnect with God, and to strengthen your faith. In this space, you can ask yourself, what truly matters in my life? Where is God leading me now? The time of isolation is not a punishment, it is a blessing. By distancing you from unhealthy environments and relationships, God is creating space in your life for new opportunities, divine connections, and blessings that align with His purpose for you. Remember the words of Jeremiah 29:11. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. So, dear chosen one, if you are experiencing this season of isolation, trust in God's work. He is not only protecting you, but also preparing you for something greater. What might God be making room for in your life right now? Allow this time to strengthen your discernment and grow closer to God. In His perfect timing, the relationships and opportunities meant for you will come, not to harm, but to lift you higher. The second reason why God isolates the chosen: to prepare you for something greater. Chosen one, have you felt as though life has slowed down, leaving you in a season of waiting and solitude? It may feel like everything is on hold, but this pause is not without purpose. God is working behind the scenes, preparing you for something far beyond what you can see now. Every moment of isolation is a step in His divine process of shaping and refining you. Throughout the Bible, God has consistently prepared His chosen ones in private before unveiling their purpose to the world. Take David, for example. After his stunning victory over Goliath, 1 Samuel 17, he didn't immediately ascend to the throne. Instead, David entered a long period of trials, fleeing from Saul, wandering in deserts, and learning to lead a group of outcasts. 1 Samuel 22:1-2. Does it feel like your life, much like David's, is filled with challenges rather than triumphs? Could it be that God is using this time to build within you the resilience and strength required for your destiny? These seasons of isolation serve a greater purpose. God uses them to strip away what no longer serves you, old habits, unhealthy attachments, or misplaced priorities, and replace them with the virtues you'll need for the next chapter of your life. Joseph's time in prison is another example. Though it seemed like a delay, it was the training ground for his eventual leadership over Egypt. Genesis 41:39-41. What seemed like a detour was actually preparation for greatness. The Bible reminds us of the intentionality of these seasons. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. James 1:2-4. In the stillness of this season, God is refining your character and deepening your faith. He is teaching you patience, instilling wisdom, and preparing your heart to carry the weight of the mission He has prepared for you. How might this period of isolation be drawing you closer to God and His plans for your life? Could it be an opportunity to rediscover what truly matters? God's process is never hurried, yet it is always perfectly timed. Like clay in the hands of a potter, you are being molded into a vessel capable of holding the blessings and responsibilities He has designed for you. Every lesson learned in solitude will equip you for the challenges and triumphs that lie ahead. As trustee, promises. And after you have suffered for a little while, the God of all grace, who called you to His eternal glory in Christ, will Himself perfect, confirm, strengthen, and establish you. If you find yourself in a quiet season, trust that this time is sacred. Rather than focusing on what feels like a loss, ask yourself what God may be preparing you for. You are not forgotten. You are being shaped for greatness. Chosen one, it's natural to desire a swift path to success, to want the doors to open immediately, and to step into your destiny without delay. But God, in His wisdom, knows that true promotion can only come when we are fully prepared to carry its weight. He will not elevate those who are not ready. The isolation you may be experiencing now is not a punishment. It is a season of preparation, a sacred time where God is working deeply within you. This process is essential for your destiny. It is during this quiet, hidden season that you have the opportunity to strengthen your faith, seek God with greater intimacy, and gain clarity about your purpose. Skipping this preparation would be like attempting to build a house on sand instead of on a solid foundation. God is ensuring that your foundation is strong, capable of supporting the calling He has placed on your life. Have you ever thought about how the challenges you face now are shaping you into the person God is calling you to become? The Bible offers us countless examples of this divine preparation. Consider Moses, who spent 40 years tending sheep in the wilderness before God called him to lead the Israelites out of Egypt, Exodus 3:1-12. That time of solitude was not wasted. It was where Moses learned patience, humility, and reliance on God. Without those years in the desert, he would not have been ready for the monumental task ahead. What if the isolation you're experiencing right now is your wilderness, a space where God is refining and equipping you for the challenges and victories to come? Every trial you endure and every moment of loneliness has a purpose. These experiences are shaping you, removing what no longer serves you, and equipping you with the strength, wisdom, and resilience needed to step fully into your destiny. This is not a time to rush or resist. It is a time to trust and grow. The Apostle Paul reminds us of the value of perseverance during these times. Not only so, but we also glory in our sufferings because we know that suffering produces perseverance. Perseverance, character, and character, hope. Romans 5:3-4. When you feel isolated, remember that this could be a sign of God's hand actively working in your life. He is not only preparing something extraordinary for your future, but also preparing you to handle it. Just as a seed must be buried in the dark soil before it grows into a flourishing tree, your time of isolation is setting the stage for your eventual growth and success. How are you using this time of waiting? Are you deepening your relationship with God and preparing your heart for what's to come? This is your opportunity to grow stronger, to cultivate patience, and to build the skills and faith that will sustain you when God's appointed time arrives. When that moment comes, you won't just step into your purpose, you'll thrive in it. As Ecclesiastes 3:1 Matiti dte my dawn ti distil it to sans antisas. There is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. So, chosen one, trust the process. This season of preparation is not wasted. It is a divine investment in your future. When the right moment comes, you will be ready to shine brightly and fulfill the incredible purpose God has planned for your life. The third reason why God isolates the chosen: to empower you. Dear chosen one, have you noticed that seasons of isolation are often accompanied by trials and challenges? This is no coincidence. God allows these moments not to weaken you, but to empower you. It is in solitude, stripped of distractions and external validation, that you uncover strengths and abilities you didn't even know were within you. Consider David once more. Before he ever wore a crown, he had to lead a group of men who were outcasts, those society had rejected. 1 Samuel 22:1-2. These men were broken, discouraged, and burdened by their struggles, but under David's leadership, they became a mighty army. This was not an easy task. David had to learn how to deal with their weaknesses, earn their trust, and guide them toward a unified purpose. This process was not just about training others. It was about shaping David into a king capable of leading an entire nation. Could the challenges you are facing now be God's way of equipping you with the skills and resilience needed for your calling? God uses these seasons of isolation to teach His chosen ones how to navigate adversity, handle difficult people, and develop the leadership qualities necessary for their destiny. Think of Moses, who led an entire nation out of bondage, or Esther, who saved her people by stepping into a dangerous role. Each of them faced moments of isolation and personal struggle that ultimately empowered them for greatness. The Bible reminds us that trials have a purpose. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. James 1:2-3. What if the difficulties you're enduring are building within you the perseverance and character required for the next phase of your journey? These moments of empowerment are often hidden in challenges. When you face hardships, you begin to lean on God's strength rather than your own. You develop problem-solving skills, patience, and the ability to inspire others, even in the face of difficulty. Like David leading his men, you may find yourself rising to challenges that seem insurmountable, only to realize that God has already equipped you for the task. Have you taken time to reflect on the abilities you've discovered through your trials? How might God be using this season to shape you into a leader, a guide, or an encourager for others? The story of Joseph offers another powerful example. After being sold into slavery and imprisoned, Joseph not only survived, but thrived, using his gifts of interpretation and leadership to rise to prominence in Egypt. Genesis 41:41-44. Those dark, lonely years were not wasted. They were the training ground for the empowerment God had in store for him. As you navigate this season, remember that God's plan is not just to prepare you, but to empower you. He is building your confidence, refining your character, and instilling the boldness you will need to fulfill your calling. Isaiah 40:29 assures us, He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Take heart, chosen one. The struggles you face now are not signs of defeat, but proof that God is working in you. Through these challenges, He is unlocking potential you never knew existed, and empowering you for the extraordinary purpose that lies ahead. Chosen one, your season of isolation is not an accident, nor is it without meaning. Isolation is a time of learning. It is a sacred space of preparation, a hidden season where God is working deeply within you. It is during this time that you are being shaped, refined, and equipped for the extraordinary purpose He has planned for your life. Think of isolation as a divine classroom. Here, God is teaching you lessons that you could never learn in comfort or ease. You are being taught patience, the kind that allows you to trust His timing, even when the path ahead seems unclear. You are learning resilience, the ability to rise after every setback. Your faith is being fortified, not just to believe in God's promises, but to walk boldly in them when the time comes. And you're gaining wisdom, the kind that only comes from experiencing trials and emerging stronger. Do you see how every challenge you face in this season is a tool in God's hands, crafting you into the person He needs you to be? Could it be that what feels like rejection or delay is actually the foundation for your destiny? The Bible is filled with stories of God's chosen ones who were hidden before being revealed. Consider Esther, who spent years in preparation before stepping into her role as queen and saving her people. Esther 8-17. Think of Joseph, who endured years in obscurity and imprisonment before being elevated to a position of great authority. Genesis 41:41-43. Even Jesus Himself spent 40 days in the wilderness before beginning His ministry. Matthew 4:1-11. What do all these stories have in common? In each case, isolation was not a setback, it was a setup. God used these hidden seasons to prepare His chosen ones for their mission. In Esther's quiet years, He prepared her to lead with wisdom and courage. In Joseph's darkest moments, He taught him humility and resilience. In Jesus' time in the wilderness, He strengthened his spirit and focus for the trials ahead. Could your current season of invisibility be God's way of shaping you for something far greater than you can imagine? This time of isolation is also a time of protection. God is hiding you from distractions, harmful influences, and premature exposure. He knows that stepping into your purpose too early could jeopardize the fullness of what He has planned. The Bible says in Psalm 27:5, "For in the day of trouble, He will keep me safe in His dwelling. He will hide me in the shelter of His sacred tent and set me high upon a rock." When God hides you, it is not to diminish you, but to shield you. Imagine a seed buried deep in the soil. In its hidden state, it absorbs nutrients, grows roots, and prepares to break through the surface at the right time. Your season of invisibility is just like this. God is ensuring that you're firmly grounded so that when the time comes, you will not only grow, but thrive. Another critical aspect of this isolation is character development. God is shaping your heart and refining your character so that you are ready to carry the weight of your purpose. Leadership, influence, and blessings all require a solid foundation of humility, integrity, and faith. These qualities are not formed in moments of ease, but in times of testing. As Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, we also glory in our sufferings because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope. Do you find it challenging to trust the process, especially when the waiting feels endless? How might God be using this time to prepare you for what's ahead? This process may feel difficult now, but trust that God is at work in you. Every trial is designed to strengthen you. Every delay is a lesson in patience, and every moment of solitude is an invitation to draw closer to Him. When God decides to reveal His chosen ones, it is never subtle. When Joseph emerged from prison, he was elevated to the highest position in Egypt. When Esther stepped forward, she changed the fate of an entire nation. And when Jesus began his ministry, his impact reverberated through all of history. When God reveals you, it will be unmistakable that his hand is upon your life. No force will be able to stop what he has ordained. Isaiah 60:22 assures us, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." So, dear chosen one, if you feel hidden, overlooked, or ignored, take heart. This is not the end of your story. It is the beginning of something extraordinary. God is carefully preparing the stage for your moment of revelation. Trust in his perfect timing and his divine plan. Use this time to grow, to strengthen your faith, and to align your heart with his purpose. Have you considered how this period of waiting might be God's way of ensuring you are ready to shine when the time comes? The waiting may be challenging, but it is not wasted. When your time of revelation arrives, you will be equipped, prepared, and empowered to step fully into the purpose he has designed for you. Trust the process, chosen one. Your moment of greatness is coming. The fourth and final reason why God isolates the chosen: to elevate them. Chosen one, do you feel hidden, unseen, or as though the world has forgotten about you? What if this season of concealment is not a setback, but a divine setup? Before God elevates his chosen ones, he first hides them. This is not rejection, it is preparation for the greatness he has in store for you. The story of Joseph provides a powerful example. Isolated by his brothers and thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and later imprisoned, Joseph faced hardship after hardship. Genesis 37:23-28, Genesis 39:20. Yet, every one of these experiences was part of God's intricate plan to prepare him for leadership. When the time was right, Joseph was not just freed, he was elevated to the position of governor of Egypt, second only to Pharaoh himself. Genesis 41:41-44. His journey of isolation was the very path that led to his ultimate purpose. Do you see parallels between Joseph's journey and your own? Could the difficulties you're facing now be part of the divine process God is using to prepare you for elevation? Just as God hid Joseph for a time, he may be hiding you today. This concealment is not failure, it is evidence of his plan to reveal you in a powerful way. When God decides to elevate one of his chosen, no force, human or spiritual, can stand in the way. The Bible tells us in Isaiah 14:27, "For the Lord Almighty has purposed, and who can thwart him? His hand is stretched out, and who can turn it back?" This truth applies to you. When your time comes, the world will see that it is God who has elevated you. Your isolation is not an ending, it is an announcement. It is the precursor to a new phase in your life, a season where God's promises will unfold before your eyes. Have you ever paused to consider that the very fact you feel unseen could mean that God is preparing to show you to the world in his perfect timing? God's concealment is intentional. It is during this time that he shapes your character, strengthens your faith, and prepares your heart for the responsibilities that come with elevation. Leadership and influence require a foundation of humility and integrity, and God is ensuring that you are ready to carry the weight of his calling. Just as Joseph needed to learn resilience, forgiveness, and wisdom, God is teaching you the same lessons in your current season. What qualities do you feel God is building in you right now? How is he preparing your heart for the greatness that lies ahead? The Bible reminds us of this principle in 1 Peter 5:6. "Humble yourselves, therefore, under God's mighty hand, that he may lift you up in due time." If you feel hidden or overlooked, do not let discouragement take root. This is not the time to doubt your worth or question your purpose. Instead, see this season as a divine opportunity for growth and preparation. Just as the best fruit is cultivated in hidden, quiet places before it is harvested, God is working in the unseen areas of your life to make you ready for what's to come. When God reveals you, it will be undeniable that His hand is upon you. Joseph's rise to power wasn't subtle, it was extraordinary. Esther's moment of courage wasn't quiet, it changed the fate of her people. When God decides to elevate His chosen, it is a moment that demonstrates His glory and purpose in ways no one can deny. Is it possible that your current challenges are the final steps before your elevation? How can you trust God more deeply during this time of preparation? Chosen one, your time of revelation is coming. God has not forgotten you, nor is He delaying without purpose. Every moment of isolation is part of His perfect process, ensuring that when your time comes, you will be ready to fully embrace all He has prepared for you. Remember the promise of Psalm 37:34. Hope in the Lord and keep His way. He will exalt you to inherit the land. When the wicked are destroyed, you will see it. Do not be discouraged. Instead, trust in the God who sees you, who knows you, and who has already planned your elevation. Isolation is part of the process, but elevation is the promise. Stay faithful, for when God reveals you, it will be in a way that brings glory to Him and fulfills the extraordinary purpose He has for your life. Chosen one, throughout the Bible, we find examples of God's chosen people enduring seasons of isolation. These moments, though challenging, were not wasted. Instead, they became the foundation for their calling, shaping their character and strengthening their faith. Could your own season of isolation be God's way of preparing you for something extraordinary? Let us begin this journey of discovery by reflecting on one of the most powerful stories of isolation in the Bible, the story of Moses. Moses, a man destined for greatness, began his journey with rejection and exile. Born into slavery but raised in Pharaoh's court, he was a figure of privilege and influence. Yet, after killing an Egyptian who was abusing a Hebrew, Moses fled to the desert, leaving behind the life he once knew. Exodus 2:11-15. For 40 long years, Moses lived in isolation, tending sheep in Midian. Imagine what he must have felt, cut off from the position and people he once thought defined him. Have you ever experienced a moment when it felt like everything familiar was stripped away? How did you respond? What seemed like a setback for Moses was actually God's preparation. It was in the wilderness, away from the distractions of Pharaoh's court, that Moses learned humility and dependence on God. This time of solitude also prepared him to lead with patience and wisdom, qualities that would be essential for guiding the Israelites out of Egypt and through their own wilderness journey. When God finally appeared to Moses in the burning bush, it became clear that every moment of isolation had been part of a divine plan. Exodus 3:1-12. Moses' time in the desert equipped him for one of the most significant missions in history. Could it be that your current struggles, though painful, are shaping you into the person God is calling you to be? The story of Moses reveals a powerful truth. Isolation is often a season of preparation. Just as Moses needed time in the wilderness to grow into his role as a deliverer, God may be using this period in your life to refine and prepare you for something greater. The Bible reminds us in Deuteronomy 8:2, "Remember how the Lord your God led you all the way in the wilderness these 40 years, to humble and test you in order to know what was in your heart, whether or not you would keep his commands." Moses' story reminds us that isolation is not rejection, it is preparation. Without his time in the desert, Moses would not have been ready to lead the Israelites through their trials. Similarly, your current solitude may be the training ground for the extraordinary purpose God has planned for your life. How might your perspective on isolation change if you began to see it as God's way of preparing you for something greater? If you feel hidden, overlooked, or as though life is on pause, take comfort in Moses' example. Like him, you are not forgotten. You are being prepared. God's timing is perfect, and when He calls you, you will be ready to step boldly into your purpose. Do you believe that God is working in you right now, even if it's behind the scenes? Chosen one, have you ever felt overwhelmed, alone, or as though the weight of your journey was too much to bear? This is exactly how the prophet Elijah felt during one of the most challenging moments of his life. The prophet Elijah also went through a period of isolation, but it was in this season of isolation that Elijah discovered the gentle and restoring presence of God. After a powerful confrontation with the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, Elijah achieved a great victory, proving that the Lord is the one true God. 1 Kings 18:20-40. Yet, shortly after, he found himself fleeing for his life from Queen Jezebel's wrath. Fearful and discouraged, Elijah retreated into the wilderness, feeling utterly alone and defeated. 1 Kings 19:3-4. In the desert, Elijah reached his breaking point. He prayed for his life to end, believing he had nothing more to give. But God, in His compassion, met Elijah in his despair. Instead of rebuking him, God sent an angel to provide him with bread and water, strengthening him for the journey ahead. 1 Kings 19:5-8. And you, how often do we forget that even in our lowest moments, God provides exactly what we need? Could it be that He is sustaining you right now, even when you feel like giving up? Elijah's journey didn't end with physical nourishment. As he traveled to Mount Horeb, he had a profound encounter with God. Expecting God to appear in dramatic ways, through wind, earthquakes, or fire, Elijah instead experienced God's presence in a gentle whisper. 1 Kings 19:11-13. This whisper reminded Elijah that God is not always found in grand displays of power, but often in quiet, intimate moments. Elijah's time of isolation teaches us that solitude can be a season of spiritual renewal. It is often in the quiet, away from the distractions of the world, that we can hear God's voice most clearly. This period allowed Elijah to regain his strength, refocus his faith, and prepare to continue his prophetic ministry. When life feels overwhelming, do you withdraw from God, or do you seek His presence in the stillness? Could this be a time for you to reconnect with Him on a deeper level? Elijah's story reminds us that God's care and provision are constant, even when we feel distant or discouraged. In isolation, God nourished Elijah both physically and spiritually, restoring his faith and preparing him for what lay ahead. As Isaiah 30:15 says, "In repentance and rest is your salvation, in quietness and trust is your strength." Chosen one, if you find yourself in a season of solitude, remember Elijah's example. Your isolation may feel like a wilderness, but it is also a sacred space where God can renew your spirit and speak directly to your heart. Are you ready to let go of the noise of the world and lean into the stillness, trusting that God will meet you there? God is not distant in your solitude. He is closer than ever. He is whispering words of love, guidance, and encouragement, reminding you that He is your strength and refuge. Use this time to listen, to rest in His presence, and to allow Him to restore your soul. Just as Elijah emerged from his time of isolation, renewed and ready to fulfill his purpose, so too will you. Trust that God is working in you, preparing you for the next chapter of your journey. Will you embrace this time as an opportunity for renewal and transformation? Chosen one, even Jesus, the Son of God, experienced seasons of isolation. Among these, one of the most profound was the 40 days he spent in the wilderness. Following his baptism, Jesus was led by the Spirit into the desert, where he fasted, prayed, and faced relentless temptations from the devil. Matthew 4:1-11. This time of solitude was not a punishment, nor was it a moment of aimless wandering. It was a purposeful season of preparation, a sacred time to strengthen his connection with the Father and solidify his resolve for the ministry ahead. Chosen one, if even Jesus required solitude to prepare for his mission, could your own season of isolation be an opportunity for divine preparation? Have you ever felt led into a wilderness season in your life? During those 40 days, Jesus faced physical hunger, emotional isolation, and spiritual testing. The devil tempted him with 3 powerful offers: to turn stones into bread, to test God's protection, and to claim authority over the kingdoms of the world in exchange for worship. Each temptation aimed to distract Jesus from his purpose, yet he resisted by relying on the truth of God's word. Matthew 4:4-7, 4-10. Jesus' wilderness experience not only prepared him to face future challenges, but also empowered him for his mission of saving humanity. Emerging from the desert, he began his ministry with clarity, strength, and unwavering commitment to the Father's will. His time of solitude was essential for sharpening his focus and aligning his heart with the divine plan. What might God be asking you to focus on during this season? How can you use this time to strengthen your relationship with him? Chosen one, after his dramatic conversion on the road to Damascus, the Apostle Paul experienced a profound shift in his life. Once a zealous persecutor of Christians, Paul encountered Jesus in a vision that forever changed him. Acts 9:1-9. But instead of immediately launching into public ministry, Paul withdrew into the Arabian desert for 3 years. Galatians 1:15-18. This period of isolation wasn't a delay, it was a divine appointment for preparation. During these years, Paul deepened his understanding of the gospel and grew in his relationship with God. It was a time for reflection, learning, and refining his purpose. This solitude equipped him to fulfill his mission as a powerful preacher to the Gentiles and an author of much of the New Testament. Have you ever considered that your current season of isolation might be God's way of inviting you to pause, reflect, and prepare for something greater? When Paul returned from his time in the desert, he was transformed, stronger in faith, clearer in purpose, and ready to embrace his calling. His story reminds us that sometimes stepping away from distractions and noise is necessary to hear God's voice clearly and align our hearts with his will. What areas of your life might need a reset or deeper reflection? How could stepping back help you gain clarity and strengthen your faith? Paul's isolation teaches us that solitude is a gift, a chance to deepen our understanding and prepare for what's ahead. God may be calling you to use this time to grow in wisdom and faith, just as he did with Paul. Another powerful example of isolation is Joseph, the beloved son of Jacob. Betrayed by his brothers and sold into slavery, Joseph faced years of solitude and suffering. Genesis 37:23-28. His journey was filled with trials, from serving in Potiphar's house to being unjustly imprisoned. Yet through it all, Joseph held on to his faith, trusting in God's plan even when his circumstances seemed bleak. Each challenge Joseph endured was part of God's preparation for his ultimate purpose. Through his time in slavery and prison, he learned humility, resilience, and leadership. When the time came, God elevated him to the position of governor of Egypt, placing him in charge of saving countless lives during a famine. Genesis 41:41-44. Joseph's story reminds us that even in the darkest moments, God is working. His isolation and suffering weren't signs of abandonment, they were steps in God's greater plan. Have you ever faced a season where it felt like you were being tested beyond your limits? How might God be using those challenges to prepare you for something greater? When Joseph's time of elevation came, it was clear that every moment of his journey had been purposeful. God's hand was evident, and Joseph's faithfulness through his trials made him ready to step into his calling. Both Paul and Joseph's lives illustrate that isolation is not a detour, but a divine strategy for preparation. For Paul, it was a time to deepen his understanding of the gospel and his relationship with God. For Joseph, it was a season of enduring trials that shaped his character and prepared him for leadership. The Bible encourages us in James 1:2-4. Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything. If you are in a season of isolation, consider the lessons from these two men of faith. Like Paul, use this time to deepen your understanding and faith. Like Joseph, trust that every challenge is preparing you for the purpose God has for your life. What steps can you take today to embrace this season and trust in God's process? Could this be the time when God is equipping you for a future that exceeds your expectations? Trust in His timing, chosen one. Just as He worked in Paul and Joseph's lives, He is working in yours. Your season of isolation is not the end. It is the foundation for something extraordinary. Chosen one, it is no coincidence that you are experiencing a season of isolation or difficulty. Throughout history, God has used such moments as tools for growth, preparation, and transformation. While isolation can feel painful and challenging, it is often the very process through which God shapes our character and equips us for the purpose He has planned. Could this be the moment where God is working most deeply within you? The biblical examples we've explored, Moses, Elijah, Jesus, Paul, and Joseph, are powerful reminders that isolation is never wasted. Each of these individuals went through seasons of solitude and adversity, but those times were essential for their preparation. Moses learned humility and leadership in the wilderness. Elijah rediscovered God's voice in a gentle whisper. Jesus was strengthened through fasting and prayer. Paul gained clarity in his calling, and Joseph's trials refined him for leadership. What might God be shaping in you during this season? How could this time of waiting be preparing you for something extraordinary? When we feel isolated, it can be tempting to question our worth or assume that we have been forgotten. But remember this, God does nothing by chance. If you feel hidden, it is because He is at work in you. He is separating you from distractions, protecting you from harm, and preparing you for the next phase of your life. The Bible assures us in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." This is not a moment to despair. It is an opportunity for growth. God is teaching you to trust Him more deeply, to strengthen your faith, and to develop the qualities that will be essential for your calling. Have you ever considered that your current isolation might be the very sign that something great is coming? Could this be God's way of preparing you for a season of impact and purpose? When God decides to reveal His chosen ones, it is always in a way that is undeniable and powerful. Think of Moses leading the Israelites out of Egypt, Elijah calling fire from heaven, Jesus transforming the world, Paul preaching to the nations, and Joseph saving entire generations from famine. Their lives demonstrate that God's preparation always leads to purpose. Could your current challenges be part of the process God is using to bring you to a place of greater influence and impact? The waiting may be difficult, but trust that it is intentional. God is working in ways you cannot yet see, molding you, teaching you, and equipping you for the role He has designed specifically for you. When the time comes, your purpose will unfold, and the world will see that God's hand has been upon you all along. If you feel separated from people, opportunities, or environments, know this: it is not a mistake, it is a divine action. God's timing is perfect, and His separation is purposeful. He is hiding you, not to diminish you, but to protect and prepare you. This is your moment to deepen your faith, seek Him with greater intensity, and allow Him to shape you for the calling He has reserved for you. Psalm 37:5 encourages us. Commit your way to the Lord, trust in Him, and He will do this. Chosen one, take heart. Your season of isolation is not the end. It is the beginning of something extraordinary. Trust the process, for when God decides to reveal you, it will be undeniable. You will shine, not by your own efforts, but because of the work God has done in and through you. What steps can you take today to embrace this time of preparation and lean into God's purpose for your life? Remember, isolation is not rejection. It is refinement. It is the foundation upon which God builds something extraordinary. When your time comes, you will be ready to fulfill the incredible purpose He has for you. Trust in His timing and know that He is always working, even in the unseen. Your moment of revelation is on the horizon. Will you trust Him to complete the work He has begun in you? Chosen one, when God decides to reveal you, it will be impossible for anyone to deny the work He has done in your life. The transformation will be so evident, so profound, that those around you will not only notice, but will be drawn to the power of God working through you. You will become a living testimony of His grace, His faithfulness, and His extraordinary ability to take what seems hidden and turn it into something glorious. The waiting may feel long, and the process may feel heavy, but each day in this season of isolation is an opportunity for growth and transformation. Every trial, every moment of solitude, and every lesson is shaping you for the purpose God has prepared. As 2 Corinthians 4:16-17 reminds us, therefore we do not lose heart. Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. Chosen one, do you see how this time is not wasted, but is instead a sacred opportunity to draw closer to God? Each day offers a chance to deepen your faith, sharpen your focus, and prepare your heart for the great things He has in store. Have you considered how God might be transforming you even now, in ways that will only be revealed when the time is right? When the moment comes, God's timing will be perfect. His work in you will be undeniable, and your life will reflect His power and purpose. This is not just about your personal growth. It is about glorifying God through the testimony of your journey. Those who doubted, overlooked, or misunderstood you will see the unmistakable hand of God in your life. Isaiah 61:3 speaks of this transformation. They will be called oaks of righteousness, a planting of the Lord for the display of His splendor. Chosen one, you are being prepared to display God's splendor. Your life will not only reflect His goodness, but will inspire others to seek Him. What steps can you take today to fully embrace this period of growth and transformation? How can you trust that God's plan is working for your good, even when the outcome isn't yet visible? Do not be discouraged by the waiting. Do not lose hope in the midst of challenges. Instead, see this time as a vital chapter in the story God is writing for your life. Each experience, whether joyful or painful, is preparing you to be revealed as a vessel of His glory. When your time comes, you will shine, not because of your own strength, but because of the work God has done in and through you. You will stand as a living testimony of His power, His love, and His ability to take what was hidden and turn it into something extraordinary. Trust that God's timing is perfect and His plans for you are good. Hold on to the truth of Philippians 1-6, being confident of this, that He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus. Chosen one, are you ready to trust the process, to embrace the growth, and to prepare for the moment when God reveals you to the world? Let this be your hope. What God has begun in you, He will bring to completion in His perfect timing. As we conclude, I want to thank you, Chosen One, for taking the time to reflect on this message. Your journey through isolation is not in vain. It is a season of preparation, growth, and transformation. God is working in you, even in the quiet and hidden moments, shaping you for the extraordinary purpose He has designed for your life. If this message has touched your heart, I encourage you to share it with 7 people. Perhaps God is using you as a vessel to speak to someone else who feels alone or unsure. A simple word of encouragement can change the course of someone's life, reminding them that they too are chosen and that God's hand is at work in their story. Declare this with faith. I am chosen. Believe it, live it, and walk with the confidence that God is by your side, guiding every step. Your purpose is unfolding, and the best is yet to come. May God bless you abundantly on this journey. May He strengthen your faith, comfort your heart, and prepare you for the great things He has in store. Stay strong, dear Chosen One, for the revelation of His work in your life is on its way. Go forth in peace and hope, knowing that His promises never fail. Thank you for being here, and may God's blessings overflow in your life. Amen. If you found yourself here today, know this: it's not a coincidence. This message is meant specifically for you, the chosen ones, the individuals who have always felt a deep, unshakable pull towards something far greater than the ordinary. You've likely sensed, even from a young age, that your life carries a purpose beyond the visible, a divine mission woven into the fabric of your very existence. You are not here by accident, and neither is this moment. Your guardian angels, those divine beings who have been watching over you all along, have guided you here to uncover something sacred, a truth that has the power to change everything. Before we begin, let me pause to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has shown love and support to this journey, especially through super thanks. Thank you from the depths of my heart. Your kindness and encouragement are what make sharing these messages possible. And to everyone joining us today, I invite you to take a step of faith by commenting 77 below. Let this simple act be your declaration that you are ready to connect with your guardian angels and embrace the higher calling placed on your life. Take a moment to reflect on this. Have you ever felt a sudden wave of comfort in a time of despair, or noticed repeating numbers that seem to appear when you need guidance the most? Perhaps you've heard a quiet, reassuring voice in your heart during moments of uncertainty. These are not mere coincidences. These are signs, subtle but profound indications that your guardian angels are trying to get your attention. They have always been with you, whispering wisdom and offering guidance, even when the world seemed dark and confusing. But here's the truth. Your angels can only assist you if you invite them into your life. Without your permission, they cannot interfere, for your relationship with them is sacred and built on trust. You, as one of God's chosen ones, were placed on this earth with a purpose, a role that goes far beyond the mundane. Your guardian angels are not only your protectors, but also your guides, your teachers, and your partners in fulfilling this divine mission. They are waiting patiently for you to open your heart and mind to step into the fullness of your destiny. But how do you call on them? How do you unlock the sacred connection that has the power to transform your life? These questions hold the key to understanding your higher purpose. Stay with me, because today we are about to dive deep into this divine mystery. You'll learn how to recognize the signs your angels are sending, how to communicate with them, and how to align your life with their guidance. This knowledge has the potential to bring clarity to your struggles, peace to your chaos, and direction to your path. But it all begins with your willingness to take this step, to trust that you were led here for a reason. So, if you're ready, if your heart is beating a little faster and your spirit is resonating with these words, then let's begin. This is not just another video, it's a divine encounter, a call to action from the heavens. Your angels are waiting. The transformation you've been yearning for starts now. Let's step forward together into the sacred art of contacting your guardian angels. Your journey toward divine connection and clarity begins here. God's chosen ones, how to contact your guardian angels. When we think of guardian angels, it's important to move beyond the fairy tale depictions of delicate beings fluttering around us with wings. These angels are not simply magical creatures. They are powerful, divine entities with a sacred mission. They are ancient beings of light, created to help guide, protect, and support us throughout our earthly journey. But what exactly is their role, and how can we connect with them? Understanding the nature of these celestial beings is key to recognizing their influence in our lives. Guardian angels are not bound by time or space. They exist beyond the physical world, assigned to guide you as you fulfill your divine purpose. Each of us has a guardian angel who is specifically chosen to walk with us, helping us navigate the twists and turns of our spiritual path. If you are here watching this, it is no accident. You have been chosen by the divine to walk a path that draws you closer to your higher self, and your guardian angel is there to guide you every step of the way. Have you ever felt a sudden sense of direction when you were lost, or perhaps an unexplainable peace in a time of chaos? These moments are often signs that your guardian angel is close, offering subtle yet profound guidance. One key thing to remember is that guardian angels are not simply protectors. They do shield us from harm and guide us away from danger, but their role is far deeper than that. Guardian angels are spiritual companions. They are mentors and guides. Their mission is not just to keep us safe, but to help us grow spiritually, emotionally, and mentally. They encourage us to live in alignment with the divine plan for our lives, a plan that allows us to shine our light in the world and fulfill the deep calling within us. Have you ever felt that tug in your heart, a sense that there's a bigger purpose for your life? That feeling is your soul aligning with the plan your guardian angel is here to help you realize. Yet, while guardian angels offer guidance and protection, they do not interfere with our free will. They do not make our decisions for us, nor do they prevent us from learning the lessons our soul came to experience. Think about the times when you faced a challenge and suddenly found clarity or inspiration. Did you ever wonder where that insight came from? Your guardian angel's guidance often arrives as a quiet whisper in your heart, an intuitive knowing that helps you make the right decision. They are like gentle nudges in the right direction, allowing you to discover your own path rather than leading you by the hand. But why are guardian angels assigned to us in the first place? Why are they specifically connected to certain individuals? The answer lies in the unique mission of each chosen one. Being a chosen one does not imply superiority over others. It simply means that your soul carries a special purpose. Before you were born, your soul made a divine agreement to fulfill a mission that would contribute to the greater good of humanity, the earth, and the universe. In order to complete this mission, you need spiritual assistance, and so your guardian angel was appointed to guide and protect you. Guardian angels are not randomly assigned. They resonate with the very essence of your soul's purpose. They are uniquely suited to help you navigate the challenges and opportunities that will arise as you walk this divine path. Their presence is deeply connected to you, and they are an integral part of the divine plan laid out for you even before your birth. The relationship between you and your guardian angel goes beyond mere protection. They are there to remind you of your true divine nature and to support you in becoming the fullest version of yourself. When you feel disconnected or lost, it is often your guardian angel who whispers the reminder that you are more than what you see in the mirror. The Bible offers many examples of angels playing significant roles in guiding and protecting individuals on their divine journeys. In the book of Daniel, for instance, we see the Archangel Michael intervening to protect and assist Daniel in times of distress. This example illustrates that angels are not distant, passive beings. They are actively engaged in helping us fulfill our divine purposes. Just as Michael guided Daniel, your guardian angel is constantly at your side, ready to offer protection and guidance when you seek it. So, how do we connect with our guardian angels? The communication between us and our angels is often subtle but powerful. It might not be a dramatic, audible voice from the heavens, but more often, their guidance comes in the form of quiet nudges and intuitive feelings. Have you ever experienced a moment of unexpected clarity or insight when faced with a decision, or perhaps a sense of peace when everything around you felt chaotic? These are often the ways in which your guardian angel speaks to you. They may also communicate through symbols, such as seeing repeated numbers, encountering certain animals, or finding feathers in places that seem significant. These signs are not random. They are messages from your guardian angel, reassuring you that you are on the right path. Sometimes your guardian angel's guidance will come in the form of vivid dreams, or through a sense of connection to something greater than yourself. These experiences are opportunities to deepen your bond with the angelic realm and to understand that you are never truly alone. But your guardian angel will not force themselves upon you. They will patiently wait for you to reach out, to ask for their help. And when you do, you will start to notice their presence more clearly in your life. Perhaps your days will seem to flow with greater ease, or you may find yourself feeling a sense of calm and trust that wasn't there before. Are you open to receiving the guidance and protection of your guardian angel? What would it look like for you to invite their presence into your life more intentionally? When you ask for their help, you are not just asking for protection, you are asking to align with your divine purpose, trusting that your guardian angel will guide you towards fulfilling the mission that has been set for you. Now that you have a clearer understanding of the role of guardian angels, it's time to ask yourself an essential question. Are you ready? Are you ready to connect with these celestial beings who have been assigned to you for a divine purpose? This is not just about seeking their help in times of crisis or hoping for a miracle. It's about establishing an ongoing, conscious relationship with these spiritual guides. It's about opening your heart to divine guidance and allowing your angels to lead you down the path meant for you. The question is, are you truly ready to step into that relationship? For many of you, this call to connect may already be stirring deep within. Have you ever felt a sense that there is something more to your life, something beyond the ordinary experiences that others seem to have? If you've ever felt the weight of a higher calling or wondered why certain challenges seem to follow you, chances are you have already been hearing the whispers of your guardian angels. This feeling, this pull, is not random. It is your soul awakening to its true purpose. To answer the call of your angels, it begins with awareness, recognizing that your connection to the divine is not reserved for only a few chosen or enlightened souls, is crucial. This connection is a gift that is available to you right now, in this very moment. Your angels are waiting for you to invite them into your life, but they cannot intervene until you consciously choose to acknowledge their presence. Do you feel that stirring within? That excitement, that recognition, is your soul remembering its true mission. Your angels are ready to help, but first you must open your heart to them. Have you ever heard that small, persistent voice inside you urging you to trust, take a leap, or act in ways that seem beyond the ordinary. This voice is not just your own intuition. It is the whisper of your guardian angels calling you to connect. They are patiently waiting for you to engage with them. Belief is the next vital step in this journey. You must believe that your guardian angels are real, not just figments of imagination, but powerful divine beings who are deeply involved in your life's path. This belief is not about blind faith. It's about trusting in something you cannot see but can feel. Trusting in your guardian angels is much like trusting a mentor or close friend. Even if you don't fully understand how they guide you, you must trust in their wisdom. Do you believe that they are there for you? The truth is, your belief doesn't need to be perfect. You don't need to have absolute certainty for your angels to assist you. They simply need your willingness to trust them and invite them into your life. Once you've opened your heart to their presence, trust becomes the next key. Your angels will never force their presence upon you. They honor your free will, and therefore they can only act when you invite them in. This trust is essential. Your angels will not always come with dramatic signs or overt interventions, but their guidance will always be subtle and gentle, urging you to act in alignment with your divine purpose. Are you ready to trust them? The moment you do, you open the door for divine guidance to flow freely into your life. To strengthen this connection, it is crucial to clear the mental and emotional space to receive their messages. The world we live in is full of distractions, and our minds are often cluttered with worries and constant noise. This makes it difficult to hear the subtle guidance of our angels. Have you ever tried to quiet your mind for just a few moments? Meditation is one of the most powerful ways to create this space, but even a few minutes of silence can allow you to tune into the messages your angels are sending. As your thoughts settle, you'll begin to notice the more refined energies, those whispers of wisdom from your angels. The heart also plays a pivotal role in this communication. If your heart is closed, filled with anger, fear, or unresolved wounds, it will be harder for your angels to guide you. Are there emotional blocks in your life that need healing? Practices like journaling, prayer, and forgiveness can help clear the emotional baggage that obstructs the flow of divine guidance. Opening your heart is just as important as quieting your mind, but perhaps the most important part of this journey is trusting that your angels are already speaking to you. They are not distant or far away. They are here, right now, communicating with you in ways that may seem small, but are incredibly powerful. Do you sense their presence? The moment you open your heart and mind, the floodgates of divine communication will begin to open. You will begin to notice the signs, the synchronicities, the subtle nudges that direct you toward your highest good. The Bible reminds us of the importance of trust in God's divine plan. In Matthew 7:7, we are told, "Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be opened to you." This scripture emphasizes the importance of asking for divine help and trusting that it will be provided. Your angels are part of that divine provision, waiting for you to ask for their assistance. So, the real question is, are you ready to take the first step? The invitation is before you, and your angels are ready to guide you. You are a chosen one, and they are here to help you walk a path that leads you to your highest self. But in order to walk that path, you must be willing to take the first step. Are you ready to step into your divine role? To trust that the universe has been preparing you for this moment your entire life? The angels are not here to solve all your problems, but to help you grow, learn, and align with your divine mission. Are you ready to begin this journey? Your truth and the divine love that has been waiting for you are just around the corner. So, once again, let me ask you, are you ready to connect with your guardian angels? The journey begins with you. Now that you are aware of the presence of your guardian angels, always ready to guide you on your spiritual journey, it's time to take intentional steps to deepen that connection. The angels are not distant, waiting only for moments of desperation to intervene. Rather, they are here, patiently waiting for you to open the channel of communication. As someone chosen for a divine purpose, you are an active participant in this relationship, not merely a passive recipient of protection and guidance. Connecting with your guardian angels is a sacred, ongoing process that involves intention, trust, and devotion. It's not about asking for a miracle in times of need. It's about nurturing a partnership with the divine. The first essential step is to set a clear intention. When you seek to connect with your angels, your intention becomes the guiding force that opens the door to their presence. It is not enough to hope that they will simply appear. You must actively invite them into your life. Think of it as the moment when you open the door to a close friend who has been waiting patiently outside. By setting your intention, you acknowledge that you are ready to receive their guidance. Whether you seek clarity, protection, healing, or simply a deeper relationship with the divine, make that intention known, either silently or aloud. You might say, "I open myself to connect with my guardian angels. I ask for their guidance, protection, and wisdom on my journey." This simple but profound affirmation signals to the universe that you are ready to begin this sacred relationship. Once you set that intention, the next step is to create a space where you can quiet your mind and heart. Your angels are always near, but they honor your free will and will not force their presence upon you. To truly connect with them, you need to invite them into an environment that nurtures peace and stillness. Consider the example of Elijah in the Bible, who experienced God's presence not through a mighty wind or earthquake, but through a still, small voice. 1 Kings 19:11-12. Just as Elijah had to create space in his heart to hear that gentle whisper, you must quiet the noise of your mind to attune to your angels' messages. Find a quiet place where you can sit undisturbed, free from distractions. You may light a candle or use incense to create a sacred atmosphere, or simply sit in silence, breathing deeply and focusing on your breath. This practice of stillness creates the space where divine energies can enter. The mind often becomes a barrier to hearing the whispers of your angels. In a world full of distractions, our thoughts constantly pull us in different directions. But to hear the subtle messages your angels have for you, you must quiet your mind. Meditation is a powerful tool to achieve this. It allows you to tune out the constant chatter and focus inward. If you're new to meditation, you don't need to do it for hours. Start with just 5 to 10 minutes, closing your eyes and breathing deeply. As your thoughts drift by, allow them to pass like clouds in the sky and bring your focus back to your breath. In those moments of stillness, your angels can begin to communicate with you, just as God spoke to Samuel in the quiet of the night. 1 Samuel 3:10. As you practice, trust that the connection will deepen over time. Once you have cleared the space in your mind and heart, it's time to ask your angels for guidance. Just as Jesus taught his disciples to ask, and it would be given to them, Matthew 7:7, you must also ask your angels for the help and guidance you need. Be specific in your request, whether you seek protection, wisdom for a decision, or healing for a particular area of your life. You might say something like, "Dear guardian angels, I call upon your divine presence. Please guide me on my path, help me make wise decisions, and protect me from harm. Show me the way." There is no wrong way to ask, for the angels understand the language of your heart. Simply open yourself to their presence and trust that they are listening. After you've asked for guidance, remain open and alert for the signs your angels will send. Just as God sent signs to his people throughout the Bible, whether through burning bushes, parting seas, or the still small voice, Your angels communicate in subtle ways. These signs may appear in your life as feathers in unexpected places, repeating numbers like 1 to 11 or 3 to 33, or certain animals that show up at key moments. The angels might also speak to you through songs or music, offering messages that resonate deeply with your current circumstances. Trust your intuition, for your angels often communicate through those gut feelings or sudden flashes of insight that lead you in the right direction. Another powerful tool in connecting with your angels is journaling. As you sit in meditation or prayer, take time to write down the thoughts, feelings, or impressions that arise. God often spoke to his people through visions, dreams, and messages recorded by prophets, Habakkuk 2.2, and journaling helps you capture those divine impressions. Whether you feel you're receiving a direct answer or not, the act of writing can open your heart and mind to deeper insights. You might find that as you write, intuitive messages begin to flow, helping you understand the guidance you've received. Keeping a journal also allows you to track the signs and synchronicities that confirm the presence of your angels over time. Building a relationship with your guardian angels requires trust and patience. Just as the Israelites had to trust in God's timing and patience as they waited for his promises to unfold, you must trust that your angels are always working behind the scenes, guiding you toward your highest good. The answers to your prayers may not always come immediately or in the way you expect, but rest assured that your angels are constantly working on your behalf. Trust that they are preparing you for the perfect moment for your soul's evolution. Gratitude is the final piece in this sacred relationship. Just as Jesus gave thanks before performing miracles, expressing gratitude strengthens your connection with the divine. John 6:11. When your angels guide you, take time to thank them, acknowledging their presence and support. Whether the answers come quickly or take time to unfold, gratitude deepens your connection with your angels and invites more divine guidance into your life. Connecting with your guardian angels is a transformative and sacred journey. Through intention, trust, patience, and gratitude, you can co-create a path that aligns with your soul's highest purpose. Your angels are waiting, ready to guide you. The question is, are you ready to take the first step and embrace their divine presence in your life? The journey is just beginning, and with your angels by your side, you are never alone. Connecting with your guardian angels is a deeply sacred experience, one that requires a willingness to open your heart and spirit to the divine. But as with any meaningful relationship, it doesn't always come easily. You may find that there are obstacles, both internal and external, that can cloud the clarity of your communication with these celestial beings. Why does this happen? Is it because of a lack of faith, or is it simply part of the spiritual journey? The key to overcoming these challenges lies in recognizing them for what they are: temporary barriers that can be moved through patience, trust, and understanding. As someone who is chosen, you likely have a heightened sensitivity to the spiritual realm, something others may not fully comprehend. Yet this doesn't mean your path will always be straightforward. You're human, living in a world filled with distractions, fears, and doubts. Isn't it true that we often find ourselves questioning the invisible forces around us? Is this just our imagination, or could it be a divine whisper? Just as the disciples experienced doubt when they saw Jesus walking on water and thought he was a ghost, Matthew 14:26, so too can doubt cloud our understanding of divine encounters. So how can we begin to overcome the skepticism that naturally arises in the face of the unknown? Doubt is perhaps one of the biggest barriers to communicating with your angels. It's a natural part of the human condition to question what we cannot see. Have you ever wondered, am I just imagining this connection? Are these truly signs from my angels, or am I simply seeing what I want to see? When we embark on something new, something that transcends our understanding, skepticism often follows. However, it's important to remember that doubt doesn't negate the presence of the divine. Just as Zechariah questioned the angel's message about the birth of John the Baptist and was rendered mute, Luke 1:18-20, we too may struggle with belief, but acknowledging this doubt and choosing to embrace faith opens the door to deeper understanding. Through journaling, tracking synchronicities, and reflecting on divine messages, we gradually build trust in what we cannot yet fully explain. As we nurture our faith, doubt fades, replaced by a deeper knowing that guides our path. Yet, even when we manage to quiet our doubts, the noise of the world around us can create other obstacles. The modern world bombards us with information, distractions, and constant busyness. How often do we find ourselves mentally cluttered, our minds racing with worries and to-do lists? Can we truly hear the whispers of our angels when our minds are filled with noise? In a time when distractions are endless, we must intentionally create space for stillness. Psalm 46:10 says, "Be still and know that I am God." It's in these moments of quiet that we allow ourselves to be fully receptive to the spiritual realm. Meditation, even for just a few minutes a day, can help clear the mental clutter and calm the inner storm. By focusing on your breath or silently setting the intention to connect with your angels, you create an atmosphere where divine communication can flow freely. It may take practice, but the more you commit to this stillness, the more easily you will hear the guidance you seek. Still, even when we've silenced the distractions, there is another challenge that often arises: impatience. How many times have you found yourself longing for an answer, only to grow frustrated when it doesn't come quickly enough? We live in a world where instant gratification is the norm, but the angels do not operate on human time. Their sense of timing is far broader, encompassing a divine plan that unfolds in its own perfect time. In moments of waiting, it can be easy to question whether your angels are really listening. But in these moments, patience is key. Just as the Israelites had to wait for God's timing in the wilderness, trusting that His plan would unfold, Exodus 16, we too must surrender to divine timing. By practicing patience and trusting that the angels are always working on our behalf, we learn to trust in the slow, gentle unfolding of divine wisdom. Patience not only cultivates peace within us, but it also creates a frequency of calm that invites clearer communication from the angels. Yet, what if emotional wounds or past trauma are clouding your ability to connect with your angels? Is it possible that unresolved grief, anger, or fear could form an energetic wall, preventing you from fully receiving their guidance? The truth is, emotional blockages can be powerful barriers to angelic communication. The angels, who always work with love, cannot break through walls of fear or unresolved pain. If your heart is heavy with past hurt, it may be difficult to trust in the divine messages that come through. However, healing these wounds is an essential part of spiritual growth. In Psalm 34:18, we are reminded that the Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Through healing practices such as forgiveness, therapy, or journaling, you can begin to release the emotional blockages that hinder your connection. By allowing yourself to feel and release old emotions, your heart will begin to open, and you will find it easier to receive the love and guidance your angels are sending. In this process, forgiveness is a powerful tool, not just for others, but also for yourself. When you release the past, you create space for divine messages to flow freely. Even as we begin to heal and open our hearts, another challenge often arises: the fear of divine presence. Many people experience fear when they first think of connecting with angels or receiving divine guidance. Could this fear stem from a lack of understanding? Maybe we worry about being overwhelmed or judged, or perhaps we fear the unknown. But God's angels are never here to judge or harm us. Their purpose is always to guide, protect, and uplift us. Just as the angel reassured Mary in Luke 1:30, "Do not be afraid, Mary, you have found favor with God," so too does the divine presence come with peace, not fear. The key to overcoming this fear is trust. Trusting that your angels are benevolent and loving. When you invite them into your life, ask for their protection and remind yourself that their energy is gentle and nurturing. They are here to guide you toward your highest good, not to push you beyond your limits. Discernment also plays a crucial role in communicating with your angels. How can you be sure that the messages you receive are truly from them and not just your own thoughts or desires? It can be difficult to differentiate between the divine and the self when you're first learning to communicate with your angels. The mind can sometimes fill in the gaps with fears, desires, or assumptions. But one of the most helpful practices is to pay attention to the feeling tone of the message. Angelic guidance always carries a sense of peace, clarity, and love. If a message feels rushed, fear-based, or unclear, it is likely not from your angels. Trust your instincts and ask for confirmation. In James 1:5, we are reminded, "If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach, and it will be given to him." God is always ready to provide clarity and wisdom when you seek it. Finally, many of us struggle with the need to control our spiritual journeys. But connecting with your angels requires surrender. The angels are gentle guides, not forces that demand rigid control. They nudge you in the right direction, but it's up to you to release your attachment to outcomes. Just as Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." When you let go of your need for control and trust that divine guidance will always lead you to where you need to be, your connection with the angels deepens. Through patience, trust, and a willingness to surrender, you can overcome the challenges that come with communicating with your guardian angels. Doubts, distractions, impatience, emotional blockages, and fears are part of the process. But with perseverance, these obstacles will be cleared away. As you continue on your spiritual journey, remember that your angels are always with you, guiding and protecting you every step of the way. And as you deepen your relationship with them, you will unlock a greater understanding of the divine and experience the peace that comes with clear, direct communication with the angels. Many people seek signs from their guardian angels, wondering whether these divine guides are truly listening, guiding, and protecting them. But the truth is, your angels are always communicating with you, whether you realize it or not. The challenge, however, lies in recognizing the subtle signs and messages they are constantly sending your way. You might be already receiving their guidance, but it's easy to overlook or dismiss the signs if you're not attuned to their gentle whispers. Have you ever paused to consider whether your angels might already be reaching out to you in ways you haven't yet fully recognized? As a chosen one, you may be especially attuned to these messages, even if they don't always appear in dramatic or obvious ways. Angels rarely communicate in loud, overpowering manners. Instead, their language is soft, subtle, and often woven into the fabric of your daily life. Is it possible that your angels have already been sending you messages in moments when you least expect them? Let's look at some of the signs that may already be present in your life, offering you the connection and guidance from your angels that you may not have fully recognized yet. One of the most powerful and common signs of angelic communication is a sudden sense of peace or clarity. Imagine a moment when you were feeling anxious, stressed, or uncertain, and then suddenly everything shifted. A feeling of calm washed over you, and you were filled with clarity, as if a weight had been lifted from your shoulders. This is often a sign that your angels are intervening to ease your mind and heart, providing you with the calm and clarity you need to move forward. Have you ever experienced an inexplicable moment of peace, one that left you feeling reassured or centered, even in the midst of a storm? These moments often serve as divine reassurance, a reminder that you are not alone. Your angels are with you, helping you find your footing when life feels overwhelming. Another sign of angelic communication lies in the appearance of repeated numbers or synchronicities. If you've noticed recurring number sequences like 111, 333, or 555 appearing on clocks, receipts, or license plates, it's more than just coincidence. Angel numbers are a common way that angels communicate with us. Each number sequence carries a specific meaning and serves as a confirmation that you are on the right path, or as a sign of divine intervention in your life. Can you think of a time when these numbers appeared at just the right moment, offering you reassurance or guidance? Beyond numbers, you might also experience synchronicities, seemingly coincidental events that seem perfectly aligned with your thoughts or current situation. For example, you might think about a friend, and moments later they call you, or you hear a song that perfectly expresses what you're feeling. These are the kinds of moments where the divine is aligning your life, and your angels are guiding you, even when you don't fully realize it. Dreams and visions are also powerful ways in which your guardian angels communicate with you. Have you ever woken up from a vivid dream that left you feeling inspired, reassured, or enlightened? These types of dreams often carry deep messages from your angels, offering guidance for your current circumstances, or providing you with insights that help you navigate your life. Sometimes these messages may be symbolic, and they may not make immediate sense, but the wisdom in them will reveal itself in time. Similarly, some individuals experience flashes of insight or visions during meditation, quiet moments, or even in the middle of everyday activities. These impressions can be highly symbolic, offering messages from your angels that are meant to guide and illuminate your path. Trust in the imagery and sensations that arise during these moments. They may be messages that help you understand your soul's journey or provide clarity on a decision you've been struggling with. Another clear sign of angelic presence is the finding of feathers. Have you ever found a feather in an unexpected place, particularly when you were thinking about your angels or seeking guidance? Feathers are often associated with angelic presence and are considered clear physical signs that your angels are near, watching over you. Whether it's a soft white feather or one of a different color, the appearance of a feather serves as a gentle reminder that your angels are guiding and protecting you. Have you ever found a feather in a place that felt sacred or significant, perhaps at a moment when you needed reassurance? This is one of the clearest physical signs that your angels are trying to get your attention, letting you know that you are not alone in your journey. Strong intuition or gut feelings can also be a sign that you're communicating with your angels. Do you ever get a sudden inner knowing or a strong feeling about something, even when there is no logical explanation for it? Perhaps you've felt an urge to take a specific action, avoid a particular situation, or simply trust in the unknown. This type of guidance is often angelic in nature, subtly steering you toward the right path. These intuitive nudges may feel like a quiet inner voice, but they are your angels whispering in your ear, guiding you toward decisions that are in alignment with your higher purpose. When you trust these gut feelings, you'll find that your angels are offering their help in navigating the choices and challenges that arise in your life. Inspiration or sudden insight